and welcome to Sewing Street. It's like the beginning of the week, really, isn't it? Since we let Hobbymaker have this yesterday. But it was their birthday. It was their birthday, so that's only fair. Anyway, so we're with you now, back to normal. Normal service is resumed. And we've got a bit of a fab day for you today, because we've got quite a lot of different things, to be honest. But let's start with the early bird, because that's very exciting. And I've got a bundle of all three. Yeah, you don't get rectangles. No, you get circles, squares and hexagons. Now, these are dead cool. Let's have a look at the hexagons first. So you get all three of these, and you'll see in a moment why this is such a great offer. They all come clipped together like this. See, there's loads of them. And you unscrew them. We worked out how to do this earlier. There was the three of us, honestly. Me and Ollie and Ben go, why can't we do this? We're like, ridiculous. And look how easy it is. So they all join together so that you can hang them up in your workroom or just keep them together. You take them all apart. They even come with a little bear key ring, look. And all different sizes. Now, the way they work, they're perspex so that you can use them with your rotary cutter. So the inner side, because it says the measurement on them, so this one is an inch. The inner is the inch, and then the outer is plus the seam allowance. So if you're doing EPP, you can draw or cut round with your rotary cutter, whichever, around the outside. Then if you put your pencil through the holes, and then you can join those together, that's what you can use them for your card shapes. They're brilliant for, maybe you want to do quilting. You get the big one, put that on your quilt, draw around it. You can then have quilted hexagons all over your quilt. Really good for paper as well. So because they're perspex, you can cut with them with the rotary cutter. But look how many. So you get, now the measurement on them, just so you know how it always works with hexes, when you get a pattern that says use a 3-inch hexie, it's always the measurement of one side. It's not that measurement or that measurement or that measurement, it's the measurement of a side. So you've got a 3-inch, a 2.5, a 2, a 1 3/4, 1.5, 1 1/4, 1 and 3/4. All of that, that's all the hexes. And you get that in hexes, so that's the hexes. Then the circles, I won't undo all of those. Same thing, you've got the outer, that's the 1/4 inch added on, and then the diameter, so that's a 3-inch diameter circle. So again, you know, you could use these for, as quilting templates, you could draw around them. Maybe you're making like a bag and you need a circular bottom, or maybe you're doing a tote bag and you want a rounded corner. You could use one of those, because if you're like me, you always go in the kitchen and you find like a mug or an egg cup, or you're trying to find something the right size to draw around to round off a corner. These would be ideal. So with this one, you get a 3-inch, a 2.5-inch diameter, 2-inch, 1.5, 1, and then the baby one is 3/4 inch diameter. And because they've got the little holes in, you can then put your the point of a pen or a pencil through to draw the inside. So that's the circular ones. And then there's the square ones. Working exactly the same way, all joined together, but you can obviously take them apart. Again, if you look, there we go. So you can cut or draw around the outside. You can put your pencil in to draw the marks for the inside. And again, so you've got all the different sizes, 3-inch, 2, 1 3/4, 1.5, 1, and the smallest one is the 3/4 inch square. There we go. Now, individually, they are £10.99, and we've got them on the website and pre-order at £10.99. So that would make it £32.97, but then it wouldn't be an early bird, would it? So today, and this is today only, bundle of 3, £28.97. £4 saving for all of them. So that's all your EPP sorted. That's all, you can use these for, well, all sorts of things, whether it's EPP, whether it's for quilting, you get them all tied together, and then you can just hang them all up. Loads of you have got these in baskets. Now, you can buy them individually on the website if you want them, but if you do want to make that saving, then you need to get them all together. But they are brilliant. Remember, you can use them with rotary cutters because they are Perspex. You can use them for drawing round. And even the little 28mm rotary cutter would be good. And what's good about them, so although you've got, you know, it tells you what the inner size is, you've even got more for your money because you're getting the inner size and the outer size. So like with this one, that's 3 inches, but then you've also got with the quarter and the quarter, you've got 3.5. So that means each one is £1.20. There we go. But the bear's free. We'll give you the bear for free. I think they're lovely because you can hang them all up, can't you? But you think of all the times, quarter of the stock's gone. Maybe you're doing like, you know when you're cutting a box corner from the bottom of a bag and you need to cut a 2-inch box corner. There you go. Just draw around it. I think once you've got these in your sewing room, you will find so many things that you can do with them. You know, or even like if you're doing cards, maybe you like to cut out your old Christmas cards to make into gift tags. You can, because they're clear as well, fussy cut them. Put that over the centre of fabric, card, draw around it, cut it, there you go. Absolutely perfect. Half of the stock is now gone. So that's, and we've got more than that in basket. So if everyone checks out, then we've got, I haven't seen these before either. And I think what I like about them is that the fact they've got that extra quarter of an inch. Oh, and also they have got, you see the line here, that's non-slip. So that little groove, so once you put them down, they are non-slip as well. So although you've got all the templates in there, you also get, because you've got 2 sizes on each template, you're getting like double. I think they're great, aren't they? And then, so you can take them all apart if you want to. A message. Morning, Rebecca. I missed you all yesterday. Great to have you back on my telly, from Stephanie in Norfolk. I missed you all too. It felt really weird. In fact, my week's going to be very odd now because I will be feeling like it's Monday today when it's Tuesday. I know, very confusing. I even had a message from my mum saying, "Are you ill? Are you ill?" Because she always tunes in on a Monday to watch me, strangely. And she thought I was ill. What's going on? But we had to let them have it, didn't we? They let us. Now, we've got 20 left and 40 in baskets. So we will leave it there and we'll look at today's menu and I'll work out how to put those back together in a moment. Yes? Right, interestingly, these are flying out individually as well. So if you do just want to buy 1 pack, that's the circle, £10.99. £10.99 for the circle, or you can get the square. The square, in the square window. Do you remember the square window? Well, it was play school, wasn't it? And who's coming through the square window today? There was the square window, the circle window. Was it the triangle window? Definitely wasn't a hexagon window anyway. And then the hexagon, £10.99. But there you go, so you can see what the saving is. But they're flying out both ways. So once everyone's checked out, we've got way more than you want them, than we've got them. So if you like them, get the bundle of all of them because you've got the best saving there. Right, now we'll do menu. So we've got 8 o'clock charm pack projects. Quite excited about this hour because so many times we sell all these charm packs and then sometimes we sell instructions. But quite often I do love a show where we give you material and then we tell you what you can do with it. Because quite often we see these charm packs and we think, oh, I'd love to, oh, I love those. We get them home, we put them on the shelf, I'm not sure what to do with them. So I've got a load of instructions for you, all different sorts, of what you can make with charm packs. And now we asked Hayley specially that we have a lot of the charm panels been out of stock for a while. We got them all reprinted for the show. So, and all different designers, different makes, and we've got instructions for you. So this is a lovely, lovely little show at 8 o'clock. You're going to enjoy that one. 9 o'clock, we've got Suzie Duncan, who is going to be demonstrating, this is brilliant, this one, brand new book. Now, if you've ever seen the Bianni's quilting book, you will know how lovely they are. Not only are the books full of inspirational, achievable projects, they're also extremely, I don't want to say cheap, inexpensive. Inexpensive books. They are inexpensive. And we've got 2 fantastic kits to make 2 of the quilts in the book, including one that's all made from flannel that I absolutely love. A flannel quilt, absolutely gorgeous. Don't forget all of this is on pre-order as well because those books always fly out. So Susie's going to be demonstrating both of the quilts. So if you are new to quilt making, 9 o'clock is the hour for you. At 10 o'clock, I will be here with Amber Makes. It's Sewing School Part 2. So if you weren't with me for Sewing School Part 1, which we launched on the birthday show, so last year we did our Flower Shop Block of the Month. This year we decided to do a Block of the Month, but not a collectible one, a learny one. So every month we teach you a new technique and that you do a project, because basically practice makes perfect, doesn't it? These are flying on pre-order, just so you know. So for this month, I decided one of the things that most people who are beginning to sewing or even more experienced go, I really want to make a cushion cover. How do I make it? So with this one, the panel includes all of the instructions and the panel and all of the pieces you need to make a zip cushion and an envelope cushion. We've got them available in 2 different prints, brand new prints designed by Amy, a William Morris print, and there's the William Morris one. So you get all of the pieces to make 2 cushions, plus 6 charm squares, because we had a little gap, and also this brand new print that Amy's designed called Vintage Sewing Machine, which is beautiful. I think she's done a fab job of that. And that's coming up at 10 o'clock. I'll go through it all then. We've also got last month's sewing school as well, which was all about how to sew by machine. And every month we'll be doing a new technique for you. 11 o'clock, Suzie will be back with June Tailor Cosmetic bags. Now, we've got a whole host of kits. I think we've got about 6 different colourways. And it's brilliant. So in the kit, you get all the pieces of the quilt as you go, but you also get all the fabric as well. And we've got 5 or 6 different colourways. Really, so again, easy, achievable, a real hold your hand as you sew project. That's 11 o'clock. And then at 12 o'clock, to continue on with the June Tailor thing, we've got lots of different June Tailor products, different from Quilt As You Go to patterns to the fantastic seam press tool that Ben and I love very much. A brilliant charm square circle cutter pattern, brilliant. Because you know June Tailor's products are fantastic for quilters. If you're a beginner to quilting, or you're in a rush, or you just want something that's simple and easy to understand, then 12 o'clock. So it is a really good instructive day. Instructive day. Right, should we start off with I'm going to move the early birds. Let's get knee-deep in panels while I move these out of the way. So I've got panels, I've got instructions, I've got some of the quilts. Kat's done a beautiful job. I feel like a quilt shop. She's hung them all like in half. So it actually looks a bit like a quilt shop, doesn't it? So should we start with panels? What should we start with? Right, I'm going to start because we've got them in groups here. Now these are ones that have all sold out before. So on each of these panels, REUU 58. So this is Debbie Moore, okay? Now on all of these, they are 5-inch squares, and there are 40 of them. Now we haven't got anything like the stock we had that we started with, but we have had them reprinted. So we have got a few for you. So this is Art Deco Rose and Aqua. Aren't they gorgeous? What I love about this panel is you've got these real feature images of the Art Deco ladies, but then you've got the Art Deco prints that go with them. So they work brilliantly in a charm square project because you've got the colours all go together beautifully. And I know that you'll all have loads of inspiration for what you're going to make with yours, but we've got some extra for you as well. Isn't that lovely? It's very 20s, isn't it? I'm rewatching Downton Abbey from the beginning. I'm on season 3 at the moment, and it's all in the 1920s. I absolutely love it. In fact, I have watched it before, forgotten a lot of it until it keeps happening, and then I remember it. But it's very 1920s at the moment. Who loves Downton Abbey? And in fact, aren't they making a new season? So I've got to get all the way to end of season 6. And what's more, it's on Netflix and Amazon Prime. Watch it everywhere. So if you haven't watched Downton Abbey for a while, I can recommend. In fact, I think I've become a little bit obsessed with it. Keep saying, oh yes, and on Downton Abbey. Next one, oh, you need a code. ROUU98. This is Debbie Moore again, Lilac Peony. Beautiful. Now, we never normally have Debbie Moore panels when she's not in, so we're lucky today. But I said to Hayley, let's get in some of the panels that we haven't had for a while as a little treat. So these are all purples and greens. I mean, they are just stunning, aren't they? Aren't they lovely? So that's that one. I am going to go through these reasonably quickly because we've got so many to get through. And we're going to do all of it. Oh, look. Oh, this one is beautiful. Pink Gardening Gnomes. DCUU98. Oh, look. Oh, that's delightful. I like that one with the little trowels. Isn't that just beautiful? Look at him with his lawnmower. Oh. Oh, I mean, it's ridiculous, isn't it? $14.99 and you get 40 of them. I mean, they're like little works of art on their own, aren't they? Yeah, you use your early bird, bit of fussy cutting, couldn't you? You could get one of your Hexies. See, let me see. Think, right, I love him. I want him in a Hexie. Put him on top. See, fussy cut. Look at that. That's what these are good at. I think that's good that they're clear for that. That's the Naomi one. Right, next we've got Art Deco Black and Gold. Oh, this is very stylish. This is very Lady Edith. You see I'm obsessed, can't you? Oh, I love those colours. Aren't they beautiful? Precious moments, feeling fabulous. Time to celebrate the glitz. Oh, wouldn't this make a wonderful bag? If you were weekend away, posh weekend away, if you're staying in the Ritz. Actually, wouldn't this be a nice present for somebody? A special birthday, make this into a bag for them. Time to celebrate in the centre. Gorgeous. Right, what's this one? This one is Pink Peony. There we go. This one was from our birthday show. How lovely is that? Beautiful. There's just so many things that you can make from there, and I'll go through some instructions in a moment to give you an idea. Look at those. Isn't that beautiful? They are just works of art, aren't they? Beautiful. I mean, you don't even need to do much sewing, to be honest. If maybe you wanted to make a cushion, just cut around 9 of them, and then another 9, cushion front, cushion back. There you go. If you need to know how to make a cushion, I'll teach you at 10 o'clock. And then the last Debbie Moore one. Oh, it's those gnomes. I love these yellow gardening gnomes. Oh, look. I like him. This one. I want to live in that little house. I'd like that in my garden. But then isn't that lovely, that one where you've got a cauliflower, carrots and leeks all in little rows? That's gorgeous. That would be lovely as wallpaper, wouldn't it? Oh, I really want that little house. That's gorgeous, isn't it? Wouldn't that make a lovely little drawstring bag for a child's room? All designed by Debbie, just $14.99. These are designer charm squares for $14.99. It's a ridiculous price. And there's 40 of them. I mean, that's a ridiculous price, isn't it? I mean, you know, just one of them. Look at him sleeping. That's 37 pence a charm square. And isn't it lovely that you get the feature ones and then you get the print ones? I think these are adorable, aren't they? Now, we've had these specially reprinted for this show, so I'm not sure when we'll get them back. When they're gone, they may be well be gone for a while. So you need to get those checked out. Aren't they lovely? Right, should we do a few instructions now to give you an idea of what you could do with these? I'll start off with the hanging, just because I've got it here. So this would be good if you were using the Get Organised hanging. If you were using the Debbie Moore ones, would that be great for the gnomes? You could hang it in your garden shed, couldn't you? Yes. So this £9.99 is for the instructions for it. So this is what it looked like. I'll put it down on the desk and you can see. So what you can do is you can either hang this on the back of the door. What I did with mine was I put eyelets in it, and then you can buy these little hooks that hook through here, and then they hook over the top of your door. I bought them somewhere, website, not sure. Very easy. You can get them DIY stores. And then it means that you don't have to put any fixings in. You don't have to, and you can move it around the house. So they hook through here, and then they've got a right angle. They just hook over the top of the door. So what you'll get is, for £9.99, full instructions of how to make it. So the charm square is on the front of here. You use one of the coordinating print ones for the gusset, and then you can get absolutely loads in. So if you look at the instructions, I've filled mine with all the sewing things and hung it on the back of my sewing room door. Everything you need to know, all in there with pictures, even a diagram as well, and there is a full video tutorial. So if you're the sort of person that prefers to watch while you sew and sew along with me, then the details on the instructions, there's a QR code, you can go straight through to the video tutorial. So if you've got a pack of charm squares, this is an ideal thing. There we go, how lovely. And all I've used is 24 charm squares, and then I use some calico, and you just need 1.5 meters of calico, well, 133 centimetres, and eyelets, and then I use one of those fancy stitches on my sheen to go around the edge. It's dead easy to make, but it's quite nice to use the decorative stitches, and I used them with a variegated thread as well. But you always get on a charm panel, you get these extra prints that are smaller versions that are ideal. So that's one idea. Another idea, what should we do? Oh, let's do Wendy's bag. The reversible charm tote bag. Now, this is designed by the fantastic Wendy Orlando. Reversible tote shopper bag. Fold it up, put it in your pocket, and you'll always have a shopping bag to hand. Now, this uses 19 charm squares. There we go. How cool is that? Now, she's used 10-inch charm squares for hers, but obviously you've got 5 inches. You can just join them together and cut it out to make that one. £9.99. There we go. Should we do some more charm squares? Oh, let's do the cushions, and then we'll move on to the quilts afterwards. So here's another idea for your charm squares. Prince Charming. Oh, made me laugh. Yeah, I did think of that. Made me laugh. So it uses charm squares, and in the instructions they are to make both cushions. So you've got the heart cushion and the cross cushion. So it all uses the charm squares to do it. Full instructions of exactly how to make the heart, and then full instructions of how to make the crosses as well. So if you've got a pack of charm squares, you can use the feature ones and cut them up small for these parts. You can use the other accent ones, but you don't obviously have to use charm squares. You can use 5-inch squares of fabric from your stash, but it's just an idea of when you've got one of these charm squares, I'll show you one in a minute that I think would work well with this, that you can just mix and match those prints, because the brilliant thing about a charm square panel is all the colours and the prints go together, so they will work in a project. There we go, £9.99, and they are, I'm trying to remember what sort of cushions I did. Zip. And remember, at 10 o'clock, I'm going to show you how to make a zip cushion if you're not sure. There we go. So all you need is one of those panels, and then I use just a plain fabric for the background, and you don't really need much. So for the heart cushion, you needed a fat quarter background. There we go. But you know, it may be you just want to do something small, you want to do something quick, you just want to update something. Get yourself a charm panel. I'll go through the other instructions because we've got the quilt instructions and leather hanging for you. But let's go through some more charm panels. Which one shall we do next? Should we do, yes. Which ones? That's all of these. DJ. Got that one. Yes. So this is Polyana Pickering. Again, we've had these reprinted. Now, wouldn't the wall hanging look fab in these? Because you could use all of these amazing animal heads for the front of those, for the front of the pockets, and then you could use these for the side. These are all taken from Polyana's original artwork. I mean, she was one of the most well-known wildlife artists of all time, really. But what's lovely is you've got these beautiful animal heads, but then you've got the animal prints as well, so that you can really mix and match. I mean, they are beautiful. And these we've had specially reprinted. It's only because me and Hayley said, can we, please, please? $14.99. I mean, aren't they beautiful? Aren't they gorgeous, though? Absolutely love those. So very special for today. But I want to get through all of them, so. I think this is the only place you can get them, actually. What's this one? Ooh. What's the other Polyana ones? Oh, that one. Just let you know about the big cats. Loads and loads of you got it in baskets. And we won't be able to get them reprinted again for some time. So this next Polyana one, look at this. Oh, British wildlife. Isn't that? I love that fox. Look at his face. So this one is $16.99 because it's got amazing depth of colour. And the badger. Look. You've got to see all of these. And what I love as well is the prints that have been put with them. So you've got the badger in the bluebells, but then you've got a bluebell square as well. Oh, it's just delicious, isn't it? Look at the hedgehog in the pot. Honestly, my favourite is the fox, though. He actually looks like you just want to stroke him. These are absolutely stunning, aren't they? Hair and daisies. I mean, they're just beautiful. Yeah, because Polyana Pickering had an animal sanctuary. So this is where she got the ideas from. Wouldn't it be nice if you actually did see all those animals together like that and they weren't fighting? Have they all got names? Oh, aren't they gorgeous? There we go, $16.99 for those. It is a legacy of Polyana. So we've only got 2 of the Polyana Pickering charm square panels. We think. I'm sure we've only got 2. No, we've only got 2. So, and we're very lucky to have them. There we go. I tell you what, this would look nice in, because I know a lot of you think is the bag, this bag. I think, so I've got the instructions for this. So this is a bag that I made for the sewing school last month, where it's all charm squares. So it's the market bag. Here's the instructions for it. And all it is charm squares, and then you put sashing between them. And then you use the charm squares to put patchwork handles. And then you use charm squares for the pockets. But I'm thinking, wouldn't this look amazing? So you could pick the sort of the feature ones, or you could think, right, well, I'm going to have a badger theme for the front. So you could have one of the squares could be the badger, one could be the bluebell, or you could just pick all of the animals for them. I mean, then all I've used is calico for the sashing. I've joined together. So what you could do is, because I've made the handles from the charm squares, you could use the other sort of these prints, the non-feature ones, and then on the inside, because there's pockets, see, then you could have the pockets as the feature ones as well. So the instructions, again, if you are new to sewing, full video tutorial, that just explains it all. There we go. Everything you need to know. I've put photos in, everything, all the information with the information about the tutorial so that you can go and watch the tutorial and make the bag. But I'm thinking, wouldn't this look fantastic? Because I know we get these charm panels and then you think, oh, not quite sure what to do with them. And that would be fab, wouldn't it? It's the sort of bag, especially if you made it with this pan over and go, oh, where did you get that from? Just really would. I'll just hang that back up. Right, so that's another one. Now I've got one of John Scott's panels. Why not? This was from his birthday. It is, yes. Look, so this is John Scott's travels in India. Because we know that he loves all of these prints. Isn't that beautiful? I mean, that is fantastic, isn't it? See, now that would work well with something where you haven't got the such big feature prints, but where you've got the beautiful patterns. That would work really well on these cushions because you're just getting all of those colours. And you wouldn't even then need to use a cream background. You could use like a linen background or even a navy background to really make them stand out. $14.99 for that panel. It is stunning, isn't it? Absolutely stunning. I think John should make him himself a shirt from that one. A John Scott patchwork shirt. We should do a pattern, shouldn't we? Right, I'm going to do 2 more and then we'll do some instructions. So this is HBUU 36 and this is Delphine. Stained glass butterflies. How beautiful is that? That's super colourful and joyful, isn't it? Just $14.99. Look at all the butterflies on that. All designed by Delphine. These are gorgeous. And you know, you could just take one of these and quilt round it or even embroider on it and just frame it as a little picture. Love that one. And then this one is IMUU 87. And this is Delphine again, but look at this. Cora the cat. So do you remember Cora the cat, the applique design? Well, this is the charm panel. Look at her, the face. Absolutely glorious, isn't it? And I love the prints that go with it. So you've got the animal prints that go with the whole design. Gorgeous. Isn't that lovely? I love it. It's like pop art animal print. Well, it's Delphine. I mean, you know, even in the square with just the cat's face, you can really see him looking at you. Love that one. Beautiful. Right, shall we do some instructions and then we'll move on to some more panels. Now, oh, I haven't got this one. I don't know what I've done with that one. The instructions for the charming shadows. So this is a really good way for feature charm squares. So it's a wall hanging, which is 32 by 25 inches, or you can use it as a small lap quilt. But it's done as an illusion quilt, so the grey is stitched beside the charm panels, so it looks like they're standing off, they're like shadows. But I designed this originally when we did our Bird of the Month series, which I keep hassling we must bring back, because I love the Bird of the Month. But if you've got feature charm squares, so maybe you've got the Polyana ones, or maybe you've got the Delphine ones with the cat, you can take your charm squares and then put them onto the quilt, and by piecing the grey strips, it makes it look like it's standing out, doesn't it? It is a real piece, a real work of art. And then what I used as well was, because you always get on a charm panel matching prints, you piece those together to make the scrappy binding, and the whole thing stands together really well. So again, $9.99 for that, but a really, really good way to showcase a charm square that you love, or just a piece of fabric that you love. You know, if you've got a beautiful piece of fabric, it's ideal for that. Because you can, but you can play, you know, you can add more shadows. Once you've worked out how the illusion works, it's fab, isn't it? Anyway, ideal for that. Should we do the quilts? Let's do the quilts. So the good thing about the quilt instructions, I think, with charm squares, I'm going to start with the Hangout the Flags one, because we've had this one reprinted. because we completely run out of stock of it. So we had this reprinted specially for the show. Now this is the quilt here behind me. This is only half of it, by the way. There's on the side. Now it uses charm squares to look like bunting. I've used a spot fabric that's the bunting string, and then I use calico in the background. So again, you can use a different charm square for everyone. I've designed it in a simple way, so there's no cutting of triangles. It's done in a way that you sew rectangles to the charm squares to make it easy. A lot of people have bought this for to use as a memory quilt. So maybe you've got pieces of clothing that remind you of somebody, or you want to celebrate something. Maybe you've got baby clothes that you want to use. And you can just cut them into 5-inch squares. Maybe you want to remember somebody. You know, maybe you've got lots of shirts or cub uniforms or something like that. And then you can make it as big or as small as you want. So the instructions, again, with all of our instructions, there is a full video tutorial that shows you how to do it. But when you go through the instructions, it tells you exactly what you need. I mean, I've said on here that I use 77 charm squares, but my quilt is 67 by 63 inches. So I've said it's ideal for... you could put it on a single bed with a nice drop, or if you had it on a double bed, less of a drop. I've gone through it step by step because it's a really simple way to make the quilt. But then, because of the tutorial, it's really simple. So if you've got charm squares, I mean, you can see with these aren't feature ones, these are just print ones. But you could make sure that the feature of your charm square was in the centre. Now, this was using the block of the month summer prints, but you could use it with anything. So just $9.99 for that one. Now, we also did the star flower quilt, which is over here. So with the star flower quilt, this is really good for charm squares where you've got a mixture of feature prints and all over prints. So in the centre of them, here's a feature print. So obviously I've got a vase of flowers here, but this could be a lion's head, couldn't it? Or a fox, or it could be a big design, a print of something. And then I've used charm squares around the edge with the matching sort of all over prints. And then you just use pastel or plain fabrics to go around those, and then a background fabric. And I just quilted this on my machine. So that's the starflower quilt. Here's the instructions for it. It's a really simple make. Again, it comes with a full video tutorial. Shows you exactly how to make it. It's a fairly simple make as well, because you start off by just bordering squares with plain fabric, and then you cut triangles, you make the stars like this. The finished size of the quilt is 78 by 78 inches, so it's perfect for a double bed. I used 84 charm squares for it. So again, you could use charm squares, or you could cut other fabric into 5-inch squares, whichever you prefer. You could do that with your early bird, couldn't you? But this is ideal for using with all of these charm panels you've got. Absolutely lovely, isn't it? And I've also used, there's enough fabric. So the plain fabric that I've got in the borders for the feature squares, I fussy cut that. I strip pieced that to use as a scrappy binding. So if you want to know more information about what you actually need for these instructions, if you go onto the website, under the product description for the instructions, I have listed all the fabric that's required, because I know quite often before you buy instructions, or while you buy them, you want to get everything else at the same time. So I have listed all of the ingredients that are in here on the website for you. Right, the last quilt, Falling Leaves. So this is a mixture quilt. It's a mixture of the maple leaf block and the single Irish chain. So I've designed it in such a way so it looks like the leaves are tumbling down the quilt, and I've used charm squares for that. Really, and it's a really simple make. Once you worked out how to make one leaf, it's easy. And then I've just used plain fabrics that go with it. But again, you could cut your charm squares down, and then that gives you that sort of single Irish chain with the tumbling leaves amongst it. And each of the leaves uses 2 charm squares, and then with an extra one for the stem. And again, this set of instructions, $9.99, full video tutorial. The ingredients are listed on the website if you want to see. I mean, the video tutorial is free for you to watch as well. So to get that, and I do go through it, I talk through it and film it so that you can see exactly how to make it. So I think sometimes that when you're making something like a quilt, you think, oh, I don't know whether I can manage that. But if you watch it just step by step, think, right, well, I'm going to start off, I'll make a maple leaf block. The finished quilt is 70 inches square. So again, good double bed quilt. Now I've used calico for the background of my quilt because I love calico in a quilt. Also, the great thing about calico, because it's wider than normal fabric, you don't need so much, so it's a much better cost saving. And then I used plain fabrics for this. How much calico did I use? I used, no, it says it in here. I used 3 meters of calico for the background. 3 meters of calico. And then you need half a metre of the light coloured and a metre of the dark, because there's more of those. There we go. So those are all the quilts. So let's do the charm squares. So these are the charm squares that were used in the Falling Leaves quilt. We'll do those to start with. So this was Flower of the Month. This is October. So I actually used just 2 panels because I used 53 charm squares. So I used this panel and the November panel. So with this one, obviously, you've got these feature ones. But these were the Flower of the Month, the smaller versions. You get gift tags on here as well, because why not? Why not? But all of these, you can see these purples and oranges. They're in that in the Falling Leaves quilt. There we go. So if you want to make the Falling Leaves quilt, for the maple leaf blocks, all you need is the October one, and I'll show you the November one in a minute. And then you will need just the background fabric as well. But I didn't use any of the feature ones. I used all the background ones because there's more here, because you only need 53 and you obviously get 80 in the 2 panels. So that's October. And then I also used November. So you can see on November which one I used for the stems. So if you look at the quilt, all of the stems on the maple leaf blocks are the stripes on this one. Some of them go one way and some the other way. But these 2 charm square panels go together really well. I mean, you can use them for any of them, but if you wanted to make that the same, then that's the charm panel for that. Right, let's go through the other charm panels. So I'll quickly go through the rest of the flower shop panels. September was all about hydrangeas, because I love a hydrangea. So this is that's Grape Hyacinth, Ben. This one you've got the displays of hydrangeas. You've got the green gingham and white hydrangeas, blue hydrangeas, and the ginghams. So you could use one if you bought 2 of these. You could make the Falling Leaves, but in blue. That's that one. Could be whatever colour you want it to be. It doesn't have to be orange. This was August. So August was all about sunflowers. So if you love sunflowers, so we've got watering cans of sunflowers. We've got stripes, big sunflowers. It's lovely, isn't it? You should make yourself a gardening apron with this, I feel. But again, any of the instructions that I've shown you, you could use this for if you love sunflowers. That would be ideal, wouldn't it? Aren't they gorgeous? So that's August. Let's do July next. July was the peony. There we go. So with this one, you've got this is the small version of the large flower block we had. There's the little, the vase of peonies. And then you've got big prints of peonies on this one. So, which one is this? This is July. So this is one of the charm panels that's used with in the Hangout of the Flags quilt. So if you wanted to recreate the Hangout the Flags, that used June, July and August charm square panels. So I've just shown you August. This one is July. Lots of you got this one in baskets. Actually, it's not, I need to reverse. It's not peonies. This one is roses. Peonies is May. This is roses. I know, what am I talking about? This one is roses. I know, it was rubbish. These are the roses. It's when I'm looking at this one, of course it's roses. That's really confused me. So June, July and August are the charm panels that I used in the Hangout of the Flags quilt. So this is roses. So if you love roses, that's for you. June was sweet peas. Is this one yours, Ben? This is Ben's birth month. So on this one, you've got a beautiful glass vase of sweet peas, and then you've got all the sweet prints that go with it. Isn't that pretty? So if you get Hangout the Flags instructions, then just get June, July and August, and then you can make it, and you just need a bit of green spot and calico to go with it. May. Now May is peonies, not July. This is making more sense now. I love peonies, but they don't last very long in the garden, do they? So you have to have a fabric panel. So this one, jug of peonies. You get gift tags on here. You get the May labels if you're making it for someone's May birthday. I love the green gingham. That looks really fresh with it, doesn't it? And then you get big, bold displays. Now this one I used in the Starflower quilt, because I used March, April and May. So this one is in the Starflower quilt. So when I made the Starflower quilt, I used March, April, May, and then it's ivory background and then just some plain that goes there. But again, all the fabric quantities are listed in there if you want to know what they are. So that's May. And then April was tulips. There we go. So if you're going to see tulips in Amsterdam, Ben's going there in April. You could go with him. So again, you can see that this one is in the Starflower quilt. Because the colours of that was done for spring, the colours really blend together. I love the milk churn filled with tulips. There we go. Again, remember with all of these, there are 40 5-inch squares. You even get the big milk churn as well. I like that one there. So that's April. March is daffodils. Has to be daffodils, doesn't it? And then this is the final one that was used in the Starflower quilt. So with the Starflower quilt, I put the displays of flowers like this one in the centre of all the stars, and then I used the other prints around the outsides of them. Yeah, so that is one of the April. So I put the print, the vase of daffodils in the centre, and then I used the matching prints around the edge. These are beautiful, aren't they? Perfect, you see, now we're in March. All that blue and white. And now the daffodils are starting to come through, except mine have all are hanging their heads because they got weighed down with snow on Saturday. With so much snow on Saturday, and then it all disappeared. Amazing. I didn't even know. I woke up Saturday. I have never jumped out of bed so fast. My husband got up and went, you need to look outside. It was like before 7 o'clock. I was so excited. I felt like a kid. Get me in the sledge. Me and the dog went out inside. We didn't go sledging. It was absolutely complete whiteout. But then by the evening, most of it had gone. But it was unbelievable. The whole road, everything covered. But all the daffodils are now drooping their heads. And I was saying the other day, I haven't seen any snow. Right, that is March. Right, I've got two more Now this one, I'm not sure we've got many of, because whenever we have this one, it sells out. So, if you want to make the organiser, the hanging organiser, there we go. This is the panel that I used for it. So this was our block of the month 2 years ago now. So you've got all of the miniature versions, and then you've got the prints that go with them. So if you look at this, you can see that I used all of these on the front of it. And then the prints on the sides, I used for the sides of the pockets. So you just need this one panel to make this, and then you'll just need calico as well. So if you want to make one for your sewing room, there's only one left. Okay. We keep running out. We need to get some more. And then the last Amber makes one is the elephant one, because I know everyone loved the elephants. Look at the elephants. They're so cute, isn't it? So we've got big elephants. We've got elephants and babies. We've got some labels down it. I made this, me made, this took ages, and made with love by. So you can just keep those. When you buy any of these panels, keep those, because then you can sew them to quilts, or if you've got a bag, you can just sew it on. So you've got 40 of these elephants. That would look nice as the market bag, wouldn't it? I love the gentle colours of the blues and the greys. Gentle colours. And then across the top, we've got a row of marching elephants that you can just do whatever you like with, because we don't like white space. It needs to be filled in. So you could, wouldn't they be a nice border? So if you were making a bag or something, you could cut out this and have that as a border, or you could even use that for the handles of your bag. Elephants. Right, we've still got some more. We've done all the instructions now, haven't we? Let's go through the rest. I'm just going to start at the top. Oh, or do you want... Oh, this is lovely, this one. The Natural History Collection, Forest Creatures. Oh, that's lovely. Look at the raccoons. Oh, look, he's eating a nut or something. Do they eat nuts? I think that bear's just gone behind there for a wee. Don't you? That is like, oh, I've just gone behind the tree for a wee. I love the colours in this. I like this, is it mink, this sort of pinky colour, and then the mustard. That's lovely, isn't it? Again, you see, wouldn't that make a beautiful quilt? If you put these, I know like when you look at quilt instructions, you think like the starflower quilt, but if you use these as the centre of the panels and then used matching prints to go around the edges of it, it would look stunning, wouldn't it? You'd have a natural history collection quilt. So although when you look at quilt design, so if you looked at this one and you think, oh, well, it's all pinks. If you had each of these animals in the centre, and then you use these prints around the edges of the stars, a completely different effect. And I would use calico for the background, because I think it would look fantastic, wouldn't it? What a beautiful quilt. And actually, by using these printed charm panels like this, it does make a very inexpensive quilt. Actually, because you just need, well, you need 84 charm squares. So if you bought 2 of these panels, you just need, you could just use some fabric from your stash for the missing 4. How lovely would that be? Right, let's go RVUU 62, Pandemonium of Parrots. Now, this one has been reprinted as well. This one was completely out of stock. Isn't that gorgeous? Again, imagine making a quilt from this one. Complete change of colour, isn't it? Oh, that's so bright, isn't it? I love this one. He's gorgeous, isn't he? But it's lovely because you've got these big feature prints and then you've got all of the all over as well. So that's parrots. I'm determined to get through all of these. We're going to do it. We had a lot and we've managed to get through nearly all of them now. Birds and butterflies. Beautiful. That's lovely, isn't it? Now that would be nice as the market bag, wouldn't it? And instead of using calico for the strips, you could use like a black to pick up, or a dark, in fact I'd use a dark grey. So if you were going to use, maybe make this bag from it, use all of these as your features, and then instead of calico, I would put a charcoal. I think it would look absolutely stunning. But once you've got these patterns, you see, you can use them for everything, can't you? Right, next is, again, the Natural History Collection Floral Bounty. This is like Victorian scrapbook, isn't it? These are so pretty. Gorgeous, isn't it? But it is like Victorian scrapbook, but I love the colours, particularly that shade of blue. It's very pretty, but it's got that real vintage vibe to it, hasn't it? $14.99. Next one. Victorian Spring. Again, this is like, did you used to collect scraps? I used to collect scraps, and this is exactly what they look like, didn't they? I never knew what I was supposed to do with them. I used to just collect them, but look at the lamb with a bow on and the flowers. So this is very good for your Easter make. Look, we've got little Easter chicks on there and rabbits, the nest. Maybe you want to make an Easter cushion. Or how about like little egg collecting bags? You could just take 4 of them and then sew them with another 4 on the back. That'd be a little bag. You see, look, they match together. Look, there's his legs. I like this one, but they'd be lovely for any of your Easter makes. Right, we've got 3 left. Do it, got 3 minutes and 3 left. Giraffes in the trees. They're having a little chat, they are, aren't they? I think they're baby giraffes, though. There's the mummy and the baby. And that one's going, now if I've told you once, I've told you a million times. Don't climb the trees. Like that one. Right. Oh, this is a little one. This is 20. Pumpkin patch. That's cute, isn't it? So this one's $12.99 because you get 20 of them. Pumpkin patch. Right, and then last one. Rainbows. There we go. Heart to heart, rainbow brights. Brighten your room. Perfect for kids' bedrooms. Nice, just make it into a drawstring bag. Now we'll put your plastic bags inside and brighten up your kitchen. Again, $14.99 for all 40. So we've done it. We've got through them all. Let me know what you're going to do with your charm squares, because it's so nice to have them, but hopefully we've given you some ideas now of what to do with them. But so pleased we managed to get them back. Anyway, don't go anywhere. I'm going to have a quick break, make myself a cup of tea, and I'll be back with you in a few minutes' time with Suzie, who is going to be showing us how the fantastic new Bioni's quilting book. And remember that all the kits and the books are available on pre-order now, sewingstreet.com. Watch live. Scroll down from there, and then you can get ahead before the next show, and I'll see you back here in a few minutes.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye!
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P, with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer. Make them.
Yeah, home bargains do that.
Are we live? Oh, sorry. Sorry. I was talking about chilli plants.
We'll just continue our
Honestly,
horticultural.
have you ever grown a chilli plant? They are absolutely brilliant. Yes, sorry about that. Right, I didn't know we were live.
It's useful information
That
for
chili
people,
plants are
though.
amazing to grow. Now, look, we've got this brand new book, and I've got 2 kits. So I'm going to go through that, and then Susie's going to show us how to make it. Now, love Ali's quilting books because they are really clever. The designs I always think look clever and quite complicated, but they never are. They're very easy. And they're just the most amazing value for money. So look at this, 11 quilts, £8.99.
Mental.
Ridiculous.
Mental.
Ridiculous. Let's have a look through. So these are all block designs and 81 pence for a quilt set of quilt instructions. They are all created, obviously, because it's called Creative Two-Block Quilts, so they're all created from 2 blocks. So she explains in the beginning all of the information that you need to know, and then we're straight into it. Look, there's the 2 blocks, there's the pictures of them. She tells you exactly how to do it. The cutting out is marvellous. I do like a set of instructions when the cutting out is at the beginning and it tells you exactly what to do, because sometimes you read instructions and the cutting out's all over the place. But here it's all together, so you know exactly what you're doing. Explains how to make it. Basically, you make the 2 blocks and you join them together. The next one, Windmills and Wheels. Now, this is the one that we've got a kit for. And I'll go through that in a moment. That's pinwheel block. And the wheel block. Isn't it beautiful? And it would work in such lovely fabrics. We've actually got one that's a mixture of Liberties and Blues for you. Lakeside Cottage. Now, this is another one that we've got the kit for. I'll show you that in a moment. All brushed cotton. Now, she actually used to make this fabrics from the Lakeside Gatherings flannel collection. And funnily enough, that's what we have in the kit.
Who'd have
I'll show you
thought?
that in a moment. Fantastic, isn't it? And look, this is a horizontal block. I mean, this is really simple. Well, it says skill level beginner. Horizontal block, 3 strips of fabric. Vertical block, 2 squares and 2 rectangles. Can't be easier. But can you imagine in flannel? It makes me think of Little House on the Prairie.
Yes.
And I did love Little House on the Prairie.
I started watching it again.
It's on Amazon Prime.
It
isn't
is. I'm binge watching it.
I've
read all the books again.
Have you? I
Yeah.
loved Little House on the Prairie.
Yeah.
Oh, I loved it.
Some good morals in it.
Oh, Law Ingalls and all that. Anyway, Lighthouse Windows, next one, which 2 blocks again, fairly simple. This is the one that's on the cover. Isn't that gorgeous? What's clever about this as well is that the 2 blocks join together, so it looks like because of the choice of the fabrics,
Yeah.
it looks like the quilt's flown together, but actually it's just that where the fabrics flow, you don't realise you've got 2 blocks. And that's what, I think this is the beauty of the Annie's quilting books, is that she simplifies things, pairs it back to make it as easy as possible so that you can make a really stunning quilt. We've got to love this one, haven't we? The Sewing Essentials quilt. So we've got the scissors block and we've got the thread spools block. Isn't that cool? And then, because the scissors block has got these thread spools at the bottom, it looks like the way they've been arranged, you've got the thread spools in going around the centre, but they're just at the block of the scissors block. I like the way actually they've used a gingham for the thread spool ends. They've got the gingham for the thread spool ends, and then the and then the bright coloured fabric for the thread spools. It would look lovely in a pastel as well. Mm. Isn't that fab?
Look really lovely in Liberty at Emily Bell.
It would look lovely in
Just
a Liberty would look lovely because it's little pieces as well. And then you've got like a little row of flags all the way around the edge. That is the perfect sewing quilt, isn't it? There we go. I mean, look at all of this. It's got loads of information in here. And it explains as well how to do paper piecing, because this is done using paper piecing, but it explains all of it. It breaks it down for you. Then we've got Turquoise Sunrise, which combines the sunrise block and the turquoise block. Like the sparkling vista of a breathtaking California sunrise, this quilt brings spectacular results. Isn't that
Certainly
lovely?
not the Redditch sunrise.
Yes, not quite the right. Sometimes the Redditch, the M5 sunrise can be very good sometimes.
Yes, the M5.
Because you get the mist coming off the river
Yeah.
and the sunrise. Sometimes
Yeah.
it can be the best sunrise.
certainly wasn't this morning.
Smocking, chain blocks with almost any other block. Oh, so they've got the smocking, the two smocking blocks.
Yes.
And then they go together, so the chain goes across. That's lovely, isn't it?
So well thought out.
It is very well. I think it's an amazing book. And I like the way that you've got layout diagrams and photos as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Spring in Cape May. Cape. Cake. It's not cake, cape.
Yes.
Oh, a light laundry day.
Yes, I like. It's very fresh.
It is, because you've just got a simple star block and a 9-patch block, but it's the colours. You see, this is the thing. What I like about the book as well is each of the quilts is in a different colour palette, so you could easily mix and match them. If you love the brightness of these and this freshness, you could use those in a different quilt. But that's very simple, isn't it? But beautiful.
Make a lovely picnic rug.
Picnic quilt, yes. But you can see how the two blocks, once you put your two blocks together, it always makes an amazing quilt. Bridges. Oh, that's nice. So everything joins together. That's lovely. And then at the back of the book, so that's all the projects, quilting basics, which is quite nice. It explains how to quilt it, how to back it, how to bind it, all the information in there. What an amazing book. 11 quilts for $8.99. And these are quilts that you will visit time and time again. Loads and loads if you've got this in baskets. I'm not surprised because it is a fab book, isn't it? I absolutely love that. That's my favourite one, though. I love the scissors one.
The scissors, and yeah, I want to make that one for my workroom.
Yeah, just need to make it. But what's great about it is, you know, once you've got this, have a look at your stash then. This is a great way of you going through your stash and going, actually, I've got that. All I need is one extra print, or I need an extra print for something. And it's quite simple. You can also build it. Maybe you've never tried FPP, but you think, oh, I'd like to have a go at that one. Then do it. Right, let's go through the kits and then we can get on. So I'm going to go through Lakeside Cottage because I absolutely love that one. Now, this kit has the book in it, okay? Very important. You don't need to buy the book separately. The book comes in it. And we've only got 12 of these left. It is beautiful. This is all brushed cotton from the Lakeside Gatherings collection. It's Moda fabric from Primitive Gatherings. So let me show you. I'm going to open up one of them so you can see. This is the check one. I mean, isn't that beautiful? And if you've never worked with the brushed cotton fabric, it's beautiful to work with. It feels it's got a slightly heavier weight to normal quilting weight just because of the brushed, but it cuts so crisply and it seems to press better. Don't know why, because it's just cotton, but it's brushed. Isn't that gorgeous? And I mean, and that makes one cuddly quilt, doesn't it? So we've got the blue check. Basically, you've got all the fabric that you need to make the quilt top and the binding. And the quilt is 68 by 84 inches. So you could put that on a single or a double bed. Isn't it lovely? So we've replicated almost exactly the picture. The only difference is we've popped a cheeky red in there, which I think works really well because it gives you that kind of fireside half bit. Yeah. And then we've used a cream background border rather than a navy. But you could use the navy, it's up to you, but we've used a cream just to lighten it up. But other than that, it's the same. Gorgeous. Isn't that lovely? That's like little chains. We're on single figures on this one and more in baskets. Honestly, I've made a brushed cotton quilt once before and it was just delightful. But it's not easy, I find, to get all of the brushed cottons. You can maybe find one or two. So this is a really good that we've got them all in stock. We've put them all into these kits so that you can get the whole thing today. You really want all of the brushed cotton in it because it's beautiful. I mean, I just keep thinking pyjamas. So you imagine having this on your bed. It would be so soft and lovely.
It's a lovely one to do for a new baby as well.
Oh, absolutely gorgeous.
Because it's nice and cuddly and soft. Really good play mat for them.
Or, you know, someone who's had a baby. I think we make things for babies, but a mum who's just had a baby would absolutely love this for those early mornings and late nights on the sofa. Get your cuddly quilt out I mean, this is just the best gift for somebody. I would love this kit.
Well, also, if you're like us, you're campers.
Camping?
This is a really good one.
Actually, it'd be lovely
really
camping.
snugly and warm, isn't it?
Now, this is the cheeky red that we put in, and I think this works really well because with all of the blues and the browns, that just gives you that little bit of warmth in there. You'll see in a minute because Susie's going to demonstrate with it, so you'll see how the red works. We've put the browns in as well. There we go. And then you've also got the cream fabric. I think that one's cream. Is that cream? Oh, no, it's not ivory. I think ivory.
No, it's not ivory. It is the cream.
And that is used for the...
Two borders.
The borders. The borders and the binding. So you see these borders here and the binding, and that's the cream. So now remember that this quilt includes the book. So all you're going to need other than this is the wadding and the backing fabric. We only have 5 left and there are 16 in baskets. We made as many kits as we could. I knew they were going to be popular. I would really love this. I think this is one of the loveliest quilt kits you made. It's because of the brush cotton. It's just so soft, isn't it? And also, once you've got the kit, because you get the whole book, you've then got all of the other designs. You can go through and go, ooh, I think I've got enough fabric for that. But it's great because it could be a starting point once you've got the book, because you think, well, I've got a couple of those fabrics, so I just need to buy. It's always a good excuse, isn't it? Anyway, I will leave that one with you because we have got loads of you've got that in baskets. I'll keep you updated, but loads more of you got it. I mean, what a beautiful way to have that whole brush cotton collection as well. Now, the other quilt kit we've got, and again, this includes the book. Look at the price, $89.99. Right, where is it? Windmills and wheels. So 50 by 68 inches. So this would be good for a single bed. Isn't it beautiful? So what we've done with ours, we've recreated it in the sort of the bluey pink vibe. Bit of liberty though. Remember the book's in here, so this is what you're making. How lovely are these? So you've got that blues, the pinks, the greys. Got a little bit of metallic in there as well. How lovely is that? So look at all that sort of lovely, soft, gentle pinks and blues and greys. Then we've got these, then you need these pieces. So you've got the Liberty, Emily Bell, a little bit of blue, because you can see from the design, can't you, that you've got all of these different shades. Bit of cloud blue, a spot, and then this is all the background. So this is ivory. So that's the ivory that's used, can you see it in all the background? Beautiful. So you've got a mixture. You've got a bit of Lewis and Irene, you've got a bit of Liberty, and then you've got the sort of the blenders that go beautifully with it together. It's lovely, isn't it? And it's what's great is that you don't have to then choose the fabrics. We've selected them for you so that you know that they will all go together. I think it's lovely. And I think it's quite nice because, you know, sometimes we put all fabrics from the same designer, but in traditional quilting, Laura, in Little House on the Prairie, they wouldn't have been bound by fabric designer. They'd have just picked up anything. Choose the colours and the colourways and the prints that please you and that actually work for the project. So you can see with that you've got like darker navies, you've got lighter blues, and that's what we've replicated in this. And don't forget you get the book. You get the book in it. So once you've got the quilt kit, make your quilt, then you can make another one. And you've got everything that you need for the top of the quilt. And once you've made it, you can keep making it again and again. So if you wanted to make it bigger, for example, because it's made from blocks, add some more fabrics. You will have in your stash other fat quarters that go with these. Add some more in the pinks and the soft blues, and then you can make it bigger if you want. All you need to do, once you've worked out how to make the blocks, you can just repeat them and you can make it any size then. So if you think, oh, well, I'd like it to be bigger, just use your stash to add more to it. And then we've put ivory for the background as well. So if you want any more of that. Anyway. Right, so what are we going to start with? Good morning, Susie.
Good morning.
Good morning. Morning.
Morning, morning, morning.
This is a fab book, isn't it?
Oh, it's a delightful book. And if you are a beginner, it's an absolute perfect book to start with because you can take your skill levels on a journey.
Right.
But actually create really lovely projects as you go, and you build your knowledge of quilting because, as you said, it doesn't just cover piecing, it does foundation paper piecing as well, and your quarter square and half square triangles.
So it's covering everything.
Exactly, you're going to cover a lot of basics. And if you don't want to turn your blocks into quilts, you can make them into cushions, bags, whatever you want to do.
True.
But you're building up that knowledge, which is really important. But the explanation is phenomenal. That's why I love the Annie's quilting. You know, I haven't got to keep flicking pages to go and find what that means or what that means, what that's the abbreviation for. Every project is a standalone project, so you don't need to.
I'm always amazed how they manage to explain in so few words.
Yes.
So well.
But they utilise diagrams really well.
Obviously,
so your pressing directions are on the diagrams.
Right.
Your piece names are on the diagrams. So you know what you're doing. As you said before, the cutting is really
I know, I
clear
love that.
and simple.
Because I want to be able to cut out easily.
Yeah.
And get it all done at the beginning.
And I get put off when it says 7/8 of an inch, 3/5 of an inch, 3/8 of an inch. I'm thinking, seriously, just round it up or round it down and have me square off at the end, because that's a faff. You know?
Yeah, I know what you mean. But I want to cut it all out and get it done.
Exactly.
But I think, yes, like you say, I think because the diagram's there, so a lot of us are visual learners.
Yes.
So it makes it a lot easier to just go, oh, OK, diagram.
But it also incorporates skills within the book as well, such as there's how to work out, if you're planning a quilt, how to do border lengths.
Right.
So, which is something that you think is fairly easy to work out, but actually we all forget that seam allowance and we add it all up and then do it and we're like, oh, I'm half an inch short.
Yes, because you've forgotten
because I've forgotten the seam allowance. Or, mitering corners, the difference with that. And then, of course, at the back, there's the quilting basics, which
I think that's a really good page, actually.
It is, because
it's got diagrams of exactly how to join.
Yes, you can join them on the diagonal, but then you can finish them straight. Because we all get hung up that we have to finish on a diagonal because we've joined on a diagonal. You don't at all. And the method they use here, where they're tucking in rather than stitching to join, is a really nice finish when you're a beginner, because you don't get yourself in a panic about
you just
twisting it and everything's all bunched up. It's a really nice finish to it. And to be honest, when a quilt is pressed and you've got the binding sewn down to the other side, you don't see if it's sewn or
no, you don't. But that
anyway.
is
But that's
a lot of.
nice
I know
method.
people who say, "I've done the quilt, but I'm not sure how to bind it."
Exactly.
And it never actually finishes.
Well, we're all guilty of having. I mean, I just have a mere 75 at home. I have all the quilt tops made, just need to finish them off.
Right.
But if there were 48 hours in every day,
Then
I'd be
fine,
fine.
wouldn't
I'd be
you?
fine. But Lakeside Cottage, if
So
you've
this is
never
the lovely
done
brushed cotton one.
It is. If you've and oh my gosh, this fabric is gorgeous.
There's something
It just-
about.
oh.
There's only 3 of those kits left, and 19 in baskets. It cuts and presses better.
Absolutely.
And I don't know why, because
superb.
it's just normal cotton but brushed.
It is, but it's got this fluff weave almost on the top, and it is just so super
it's
soft.
so soft.
And you just can't help stroking it.
And I just
It
imagine
is
being
so good.
cuddled up under the sofa
Yeah.
on that, or feeling poorly.
Yeah, it is just so lovely, which is why I said it's a nice one for, and I hate you're doing a male and female thing, but for gifting, but these would make a lovely quilt for your granddad or your dad, or your husband,
teenage son.
or because great for university if you're sending them off, because it will wash and wear really well.
And it just looks like pyjamas.
Absolutely. Now I, as you know, I normally best press everything within an inch of its life. But having pressed the fabrics, it didn't need it.
Yeah,
because
it does have a little bit more
press
body,
up.
doesn't
Yeah,
it?
it does, and it presses up really nicely. It cuts really well. The only thing I would say is before you start cutting flannel, always put a new blade in your rotary cutter.
Right.
Never attempt to do it with a blade that you think is okay, but you've been cutting with for ages.
Okay.
New blade.
Treat yourself.
Yeah, new blade, and it will just go through like butter. It will go through with an old blade, but you won't get as good a result. I also wouldn't attempt to cut more than 4 layers at once.
Right, okay.
Because you are gonna, well, unless you do a daily workout, you're not going to be able to get through it. And in fact...
So we do have blades on the website, and the good thing is that whatever rotary cutter you've got, if it's a 45mm, any brand of blade will fit any brand of rotary cutter, so treat yourself.
Yeah, I need to, because I'm running out. I get through them a lot, but I change my blade pretty much every week, so... Yeah. Well, I've got 4 different rotary cutters, so that's why I don't have to change them every project, because I just rotate the rotary cutter.
All very good idea.
But you need to. Needles and blades always needs changing. But this pattern, if you've never, ever quilted before in your life, do Lakeside Cottage.
Right, so
because
this is
it
your starting,
the simplest
your
one.
starting pattern.
It is so...
It is about to sell out, so be very quick.
Simple.
Because this is simple beginner luxury.
As Beck says, there's 2 blocks. You're going to cut... the kit that we've put together is in 1/2 meters. The instructions suggest a fat quarter. 1/2 metre is 2 fat quarters. So you're actually going to cut double the number. But where it says cut 1 4.5-inch strip, you're just going to cut 1 4.5-inch strip, not 2, to make up for it, because you've got double the length of fabric anyway.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
And from that, you're going to subcut down double the number it tells you to of the different squares. So you end up, and I would suggest you put them in their separate piles.
And if you get confused, just cut all your 1/2 meters in half.
Absolutely.
To make 2 fat quarters, and then you can follow the instructions.
Exactly.
So if you are new to it, I would say cut your 1/2 meters in half, and then you will turn it into 2 fat quarters, and then you can follow the instructions. So when I mean in half, this way, parallel to the selvage, because that's 1 fat quarter and that's another, and then you can just follow the instructions.
Absolutely. And remember, we're giving you more anyway, because ours are metric cut, not an imperial.
So you will
cut.
have, there'll be
so you've got
plenty.
an extra inch going on. But the most difficult thing about this is the randomisation. Because
you've got to choose what order to put them in.
So I'm going to start with let's start with the simplest one, which has got a large block in the middle. So let's go for a middle of, let's do the red, why not?
So you cut it all out.
I've cut them all out.
How do you then decide?
Well, you just have to go random. So what I tend to do...
Or you lay out the whole quilt?
You can lay it all out, but I think you're better to make random blocks. If you make 1 of each every time, or 2 of each, then you do become quite random.
Right, okay.
In the end. And then what I want to do is to put these with them. Now, the trouble with having red in there isn't a big problem, except I want to avoid doing red, white and blue. For obvious reasons. And then my other block I'm going to lay out will be this one.
But then you'd have a nice red, white and blue quilt?
I would have a nice red, white and blue quilt, but I have one of those already, so I don't need another one. And then I just need 2. I've got that one on there. See what I mean? You can go, if you make them in the pairs, because they're going to sit next to each other, you can avoid using the same.
That's what you mean.
And we'll have that one.
Or you could draw it all out?
You could, if you wanted to. You could plan it. But if you make up all your blocks, and it tells you how many of... you need 31 of one and 32 of another. So you can make them random and then lay them.
Right,
So they're random. But all you're going to then do is stitch them.
That's better.
There you go. It's always better if I'm not in the picture. The other thing I love about the brush cottons and flannels is that when you put the fabrics right side together, they grip.
They grip.
They don't move.
Pins.
Don't need pins. It's
They
amazing.
just grip.
absolutely amazing. So
Self-gripping fabric.
normal 1/4 inch. So if you are new to patchwork, a 1/4 inch seam is what we use traditionally. Not the 3/8 that they use in dressmaking. And you can chain piece these. So with the square one, you're going to start with the square in the middle, because if you try and do it in any other order, it won't work, because everything is cut to finish a set size. So I can chain piece these. And I think I've forgotten my, oh no, there they are. If I cut that one off, I can put the one the other side, because it's not going to interfere with this side.
So if you're new to quilting, make a block.
Yeah, make one of each.
And then once you've cracked that,
yep,
the chain piecing will be easy then.
To be honest, the chain piecing is a doddle anyway, because you're only sewing straight lines, and there's nothing. If you pick up the wrong side piece, it's not the end of the world. You've just done a different block.
And I guess also with a brush cotton quilt, it doesn't need too much quilting because it's squidgy already.
So in the sample in the book, what they've done is that, I forget the technical name, but I call it the maze, labyrinth, you know, where you go, start in the middle and you square out 1/4 of an inch and you just keep going. And that's what they've done in the book. And that looks really effective because it gives like a secondary square pattern over the top. Now with the square block one, or the vertical as they call it in the pattern, you do need to press that central seam of the 2 squares before you add your sides, and I pressed all my seams open. It didn't actually tell you in this which way to press your seams, or I couldn't find it. Probably going to see it now. No, it didn't. But I found it.
I'm just going to show them. Can you see there, if you get close up, you can see that that maze, labyrinth quilting.
I think it's called labyrinth.
Explaining.
Yeah. Where it reminds me of a labyrinth or a maze.
So it's quite a solid quilting pattern, and that's lovely, but you don't need to do too much quilting because the brush cotton is soft and squidgy on its own.
Absolutely. Well, the only reason you quilt anyway is because it gives, it knits the layers together for a start, but it also gives extra weight. The amount of thread that ends up being in your quilt is quite phenomenal. Oh, look at that. Didn't measure that one well, did I? Let's cut that one down. You'll see how easy it is to cut now. What did I do with my ruler? Oh, there it is. So they're all the same length as well. It's not a bit of this and a bit of that. It's all easy lengths, and which makes it super quick to cut. If you've got a stripology of any sort, you'll easily cut this in no time at all. If you've just got quilting ruler like I was using, again, it's a straightforward cut, but I would press your fabrics first. It does make a difference.
How many have we got left, Ben? Oh, it's sold out.
Oh gosh.
But that's fine, because we'll carry on, because we've still got the book.
Okay.
So the kit is sold out. I'm not surprised. Shame though, because I'd quite like one. And half of the stock of the book has gone. So you can still make this one, but we are getting close to selling out the book.
Right.
You can still make it.
Yeah.
But obviously not from our kit anymore.
So I'll just show you what these 2 blocks look like. I'm just giving them a bit of a...
Do you know what this would be great? Shirts. I've got a massive collection of shirts. Every time I
all the
throw a
lumberjack
shirt out, I keep them, and I've got piles of them.
Yeah.
One day I'm going to make a quilt with them. This would be brilliant.
It would. My daughter's just made a quilt similar to this, actually, from all the shirts that they have for their amateur dramatic productions.
Oh, right.
And sweatshirts. It's brilliant, yeah.
So it would be good for,
all of those.
I'm always thinking about memory quilts.
Yeah.
And sometimes you don't want small bits.
I was going to use the offcuts, and there aren't many left. Well, there's quite a bit left over, but these offcuts I'm going to patch and make into a memory bear.
Oh, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
Because that's really soft and squidgy.
True.
So when you've got all your blocks, and I've got a pile here. Here's some I did earlier. Then the fun starts. You're then going to arrange them, and there is a layout diagram, so don't panic.
Well, it is nice. It feels achievable.
But
But you've got
it's-
page 1, there's your blocks.
Yeah.
Right. And then
Page 2, you're going to finish.
and then you put it all together.
Yeah. It's basically alternating the two different
okay.
blocks. So you can randomise them as much or as little as you want. So I've got hiccups now. That's not very useful, is it? I'm really sorry. But what I would say is, so each row, you're going to start, so say the first row, you start with a horizontal block. The second row, you'd start with a vertical block. And then they'll build up. And you just literally, whoops, that's the wrong one, randomise. Let's move this on a bit more.
And then you just join them all together.
And then you join them all together.
Well,
in
I think this
random
is obviously
fashion.
a really simple
So
one.
there
So
you go.
shall we have
Yeah,
a
I'm
look
going to
at
move
the,
on to the other one. Now, this next one, I would
Windmills
say
and wheels.
don't start with this one if you are a beginner. Not because it's impossible.
Well, it's in
just
the
a
book, it
little
says
tricky.
confident beginner.
Yeah. You need to just be a bit more aware of sewing seams. You have to be very accurate
Right,
with
okay.
your sewing.
So it's perfectly achievable, but probably
Yeah.
not your first very ever quick. Although, to be
Although,
honest,
I was
I
gonna
often
say-
think with all of these things, if you really want to,
Yeah, you go for it.
Then
You
just go for it.
Just slow
Just
your
do it
machine
slowly.
down. Yeah, exactly.
So the
There's
kit is
no
on
rush.
screen at the moment.
Change my
Loads of fabric in it. We've got Liberties, we've got Lewis and Irene. Beautiful soft blues, pinks and greys. And you can see, this is Patchwork Quilt, isn't it? It's using different prints, different designers, but in similar colours. Absolutely stunning. And then it's got a ivory background area. So less than 20. So just warning. And we've got more than that in baskets. So just thinking about the Lakeside one, that we could well sell out of this one as well. I mean, and this is lovely, isn't it?
It is beautiful, really beautiful. And it's not too difficult. I would say start with the wheels
So
block.
there's two blocks, the wheel block and the windmill block. So we'll start
So
with
I'm going to
the
start with
wheel.
the wheels one.
And again, all of those cutting out
Yeah, it's
is
all in there.
at the beginning.
You don't have to worry. Ignore the list of materials because what we've given you is slightly different to the list
Right.
there. You've got enough fabric, more than enough fabric, but ignore what it's.
Right, and then just cut out.
Yeah, and if you look at the diagram, it suggests that one of the windmill sails, the outer one, is the same throughout. And we've given you enough fabric to be able to do that.
Ah, okay.
So I chose the navy spot.
Right, so there's
for
the
that
navy
one.
spot, so use that for the windmill sails.
That was my personal
But
preference.
that makes sense
And then I
because
used my fat quarters.
that's what they used.
For all the wheel blocks.
Right, okay.
Yeah. So I'm going to make a wheel, as you do.
Okay, make a wheel.
You actually need to make 4 wheel blocks to create the overall block. And they are really easy to do. You need a large square and a small square for each one.
Okay.
But what I would suggest, because it does matter, is lay it out as a block before you start. Because if there isn't a direction to the fabric, like the clouds, for example, although I have to say, your quilts get tossed around, so does it really matter? Don't know.
I've never been fussed about print
I
direction in a
haven't.
quilt, to be honest.
Unless it's a pictorial
yeah, if it's
quilt.
a pictorial and you're going to
Yeah.
have it hanging and maybe you've
Yeah.
got some prints that you
You know, it's
really
got a
want-
panel in the middle
Yeah.
that is definitely... You don't
But
want
with
flowers
something
from
like
it.
this...
Doesn't matter, does it?
No, well, I mean, maybe some of them... I don't think they've even got print directions.
Well, the clouds are definitely...
Yeah,
the right
I
way
guess
up.
so.
But
But,
again,
you know, it's lines. So by the time you've cut it,
yeah,
you
you're
won't
not
really
gonna,
see that
We're not
anyway.
going to worry. But what we want to do is to make sure that everything is in the right place before we start, which is why I say if you lay it out and all your background squares, this is a job for an evening. You're going to, once you've cut them, if you do it just before tea time or your favourite programme, you're then going to sit with a marker pen, friction pen, or whatever you choose, and draw a diagonal line
Yes, good idea.
down every single one. And there are 388 of them.
So or you can just do one block at a time, couldn't you?
You could, which is what I'm doing. But it's that's an exercise that you can easily do without thinking too much.
Yeah, when I'm doing that, I like lay out sort of 20 on my cutting mat and then draw all of them.
I have them and I move my ruler around and I do that pile goes away. Yeah, I do the same.
It's not so bad, is it?
But with this, put your block out.
So I guess this is what they mean by, if you do want to achieve this isn't difficult.
No.
But obviously,
you just have to think. And it's this bit that is the bit you're going to get wrong. And I shall prove that in a minute because I did exactly that. Because I had a bit of a rubbish day yesterday. So I've laid all my pieces where they should go. So that's how it's going to end up. Doesn't look like it's going to work for now. Now what you can do is pin, or you can use your clips. You can use the glues, fabric glue. Just put a dot under there because you're going to glue it. The other thing, now if you want to take this a step further, and this isn't in the instructions, but I'll give you my tip. What I do is mark an extra mark on here, 1/2 inch from that mark, like this, and I stitch both, and then I'll cut between.
Oh, and then you keep
And then I've got that one as a 1/2 square triangle ready made.
For something
else. And I put that on Quilter's grid, and away we go. But what we're going to do, I'm going to ignore these little ones for a minute, because once I've got these big ones on, I know where the little one's going. We're going to sew straight down that seam, and it's a normal stitch length, but you do want to make sure you're on that diagonal. So slow your machine down if you're not confident.
So I guess if you're not fussed about print direction, all of those squares are made in the same way, aren't they?
Oh, yeah, exactly the same way. You can chain piece them like I am. You just start in opposite corners so that they line up. But just make sure you're going through that diagonal, she says, and I've missed one. So that's those done. So then what we're going to do is cut those apart, and we're going to sew these ones on. Now these are teeny tiny, so I'm not going to bother to pin those, but again it's the same process. It's very methodical, this pattern. So if you do all your wheels first, you'll get used to the process. Okay. And what's good about the wheels one is, because you're using 2 different sizes, you know that they're going diagonally opposite each other on your piece, so you can do one and then not have to worry about, where does the other one go? Because you know where it goes, and you've not got to hold anything out the way. You haven't got to cut anything and press it before you can put the other one on, whereas the second block you'll see is slightly different. And there's more to it as well. So this is the better one to start with to gain that confidence. Right. And this process where we're putting squares across a corner is called snowballing. And in fact, this block, if they were even size, used to be called the snowball block, didn't it? That's where it all came from.
Oh, what, from the wheel block?
Yeah. Yeah. So once you've done that, what you then need to do is cut off that excess and make sure you're cutting the right bit. You want the bit towards the corner, not the bit in the middle. Now you can use your quilting ruler and cut.
Oh, I'll come and press
use the. Oh, thank you very much. Cut the 1/4 inch line. Put the 1/4 inch line on your sewn line and cut across. And those are the bits that I tend to save. And. Oh. But you don't have to use your quilting ruler. You can just use a pair of scissors and get as close to the seam as you want. And then you're going to gently press that seam out to hopefully make a square-ish shape. I'll say ish, because I know I haven't been straight on some of these, so they are going to be a bit ish. But it's okay, you can always unpick or jiggle or what have you. Yeah, this is my dodgy one. I am going to do that one again because that's a very strange shape. Otherwise,
These fabrics are lovely, aren't they?
they're Liberty.
Love that. It's so soft. And if I
Yeah.
put them on there,
That's better.
aren't they lovely?
Yeah,
I really like that.
they really do come together.
Because it's a really soft
to
and gentle
bit.
pinks and greys and blues.
Sorry, my OCD's come into play. I've got to get rid of those couple of stitches. I cannot do that. There you go. I unpicked yesterday. I told you I was having a bad day. Yesterday, I did the first one of these just to try it and see where it went. And I obviously was really not paying attention. And I ended up unpicking.
But they're
every
all
seam.
identical though, aren't they?
Yeah, that's
So
what's
as long
so
as
good.
you put
Yep.
them in opposite
Thank you.
corners,
Oh, I haven't trimmed.
it doesn't really matter
No, it doesn't.
which way,
No,
about
but
laying them out.
It's the laying out and making sure that your fabrics are the right way round if they have an orientation. And
If
that's
there's-
what I was doing.
But if you
wrong.
weren't fussed about print
No,
direction,
if you're not fussed, but
then-
it is important to be accurate for this, and you'll see, because when we bring them together, we want that mountain shape in the middle.
Yes.
And then they should all come together as a square. And because we've pressed and we've taken away the bulk, when you bring them together, you can nestle those seams together
Okay.
so that they hold. And I do clip, you don't have to, but I do clip it so that it doesn't move when I'm sewing. The same with this one. And this is the bit you need to make sure you are sewing the right two together in the right place. Because if you get that bit wrong,
Yeah,
then you'll
yeah,
end
then it
up
makes sense.
with the block.
So really, you know, even if you are new to quilting, maybe you've done a couple of cushions or bags and you want to do this one, it's about taking the time. It's not about it being really difficult, but it's taking the time to sew along the diagonal line, pin those seam allowance seams together so that they match.
Yep.
And I think sometimes, but then, you know, that's the point of sewing, isn't it? You can go and buy a very cheap quilt.
Yeah.
The whole point of making your own is that it's something that you love and you enjoy the process.
And actually, sewing is a mindful thing in itself, isn't it? That it's, although you're concentrating,
And that's
you
why
are-
I
your
think
mind
it's
is
lovely to
relaxed.
make a quilt for someone as a gift, because
Yep.
it's filled with your time and
That's
love.
not bad, is it? Oh,
That's lovely.
oh, that'll be
Would you like that open
acceptable.
or to one side?
I would quite like that open. That one's not so good. See, at home I would unpick that,
I
but I'm not
wouldn't.
going to do that today.
I wouldn't. You'd never notice by the time that's all sewn together.
Yeah, no.
I so wouldn't. It'd have to be really bad for me to unpick it.
But just to show you, this is
Yes, I want to see what do they look like?
if I go wrong.
Because then we can see.
So this is how not to put them together,
Oh, because they have to be opposite.
because you don't want that. You want them like this.
You want opposite.
You want opposites.
Okay.
And look, it looks like a little spool
Yes.
bobbin.
That's lovely though, isn't it?
It is. So I've made
But
a
if you can
few.
see now how well the fabrics in this kit go
Exactly.
together.
And what I've done is just mixed and matched the fat quarters for the wheel block. So I'll
So
just
look at
gonna
those
stitch those
together.
together.
Aren't
I
they
think this is
lovely?
so pretty, this combo.
Beautiful.
But what I love about the hint of pink coming in as well, if you are making, and here, when you're joining, go for the middle first, so your seams in the middle join, and then make sure that those match as well. And then you should be whistling Dixie, as they say, or as I say. And then we're just going to stitch that together. But I love having the combination with that little pink, because if you are making this, I thought this would make a lovely new baby quilt or baptism present.
Yes, because of the colour combination.
Exactly, and if you don't, you can make it in advance, because if you don't know what they're having,
Yes.
it's got a bit of both.
Well, it has. It's got everything in it, but not sort
And
of
I'm not a
overtly.
fan
blue or
of
pink.
making only blue for boys and
No, I think
girls.
this is
I
a lovely.
think
But this
that's
is they're
right.
very soft and gentle colours,
It
aren't
is.
they?
I really like this.
And this is a way of getting an almost Liberty quilt.
And almost liberty.
Well, because it's not completely liberty, but there's so much liberty in it. I'm amazed that we've been able to do it for this price, to be honest.
It is impressive, isn't it? Right, so we need to do a bit of...
And if you want to make
I'm
it,
going to scoot ahead.
and you want it to be bigger, because I know sometimes you think, well, I want it to fit a specific bed.
No, this comes up big, doesn't it?
Then just put your own fabrics in it. What's the...
I'm
I
just
did
gonna
say at the
double-check.
beginning.
50 by 68. That's a pretty big quilt. I mean, that's double lap size.
But if you wanted to make like a big king-size bed quilt, just add some more
72,
of
yeah.
your own fabrics.
Yeah, or do a bigger border.
That's true. See, look how lovely I love
Or
that.
add borders with your leftovers, because you can just piece your leftovers together in any old
Oh, this is
fashion.
nice and warm.
Yeah.
Cuddle this.
Are you hugging?
It's cold.
Are you hugging? So can I be really cheeky and get you to mark up some of these?
Yeah, go on then. I could do that.
Can you do that?
Yeah.
And then I can start. If I take, yeah.
How many would
and
you
then-
like me to do?
Well, all of those.
Okay. Can I have a ruler? I'll
Yeah.
go over here and do it while you're sewing.
So I'll just do one of each for now so I can show. So you're going to cut your windmills. And as I said, I decided that I was going to keep the navy as the outer part of the windmill block for everything. And then I've used the other 1/2 meters of the blue, so the Liberty Emily Bell and the Cloudy Blue as my other part of the windmill. But what is important is that you put your snowball corners on the right sides. So you want to always put them so that the diagonal goes in the same direction on both of them. Otherwise it won't work. So I'm going to stitch this one first, and then we're going to press that back and then put the other one in. So that both are running in the same direction. I'm just going to start with a random piece of fabric because I'm on a point, although I have got the HP foot on, so it should be okay. That's that one. And again, you can chain piece, so that just means run them through one after another without stopping the thread. Because for each block of the windmill, you actually need 8, 4 of each, which is why Bex has got a lot to do.
Yes, I'm not sure you're going to use all of these in the next 8 minutes.
Probably not, no. So whatever you've done is
But they will
good.
be marked.
They will be marked. Well, I'll finish it in the interval then. Right, and
There you go.
I don't want that one, do I? That one will do. So then you're going to grab your ruler, trim off this, and you do want to press this back before you add the other one. You can fold it back, but then you just make more work for yourself because you've got to press it anyway. So you might as well put that side on, give it a press, back out to that corner. And this second one goes on in exactly the same orientation. So the diagonal is in the same way, so it's that way. So you're going to create this sort of wedge shape, if that makes sense. So I'm going to stitch that one. You can pin them, remember, you don't have to wing it.
It's quite nice though, because you can do a few where you pin it and you concentrate. But with any of these things, when you keep, it's repetition, you do it over and over again, you go, oh, that's a quicker way of doing that. And that's a quicker way of doing that.
I mean, I wasn't cutting back, I was just holding up and doing all my cutting in one go when I did my prep.
But you sort of learn as you go along.
Very easy to catch it if you're not concentrating.
But it is all about practice, isn't it? You go, oh, I'd love to be able to sew. It's just practice.
Yeah.
Or no, well, repetition. Keep doing it over and over and again.
And you'd
just to
think
do it right.
that after the number I've made, practice would make perfect, wouldn't you? I've blown that
It's just like peeling
Blown that
potatoes, isn't
bit.
it? When you've peeled 50 potatoes, you get really good at it.
Who peels potatoes?
Well, I peel potatoes. What do you do
about?
about? What about a roast potato?
All the vitamin C's in the skin.
Oh, I've never had a roast potato with the skin on.
What?
Never.
Oof.
Now,
need
obviously,
to come to
potato
Sunday lunch,
wedges.
Bex.
What about mashed potato?
Skin on.
Doesn't it look like it's got all bits in it?
Yeah, but we add mustard and all sorts to our mashed potato anyway.
Oh,
but to
yeah,
be
but
fair,
roast
we have potatoes about once every 2 months. So, yeah.
Well, I think then you could peel them.
No, absolutely not.
I just think
I
I
will
like
peel parsnips. and I
potato
will peel
wedges.
celeriac,
I would, but I'd never have skin on roast potatoes.
No. Anyway, enough of this frivolity.
That's enough of the potato frivolity.
So when you you're going to make up blocks in pairs like this, one of the other. You're going to align them in the same way, and then we need to stitch them together. And this
I've done
is
them.
where
Done them.
Thank you.
I'll take them away from that iron.
Yeah, I'm going to. Yes. Why is that then?
Those disappear. I should
Now,
be
when
very
you
upset.
when you bring them together, as you fold them over, it's going to look like it's wrong, but it isn't. It's fine. But you do want to make sure that when you sew, you are very accurate with your 1/4 of an inch, because your 1/4 inch, and there is a way of checking, if you get a pin and you measure down the 1/4 inch, where those meet, so that seam and that seam, that is your 1/4 inch. So if you are not sure, I would draw the line, personally,
Just to be.
just to be sure.
And then as you do it more and more, it will become a quick one.
Exactly. But also you'll see on your machine where the 1/4 inch lies, and you'll know if it's accurate, or whether you need to slightly move the angle or whatever. So once you've stitched stitch these in pairs, when you open them, I've just oh no, when it's pressed it will be fine.
It'll be fine. Let me give it a little press for you.
You get that continuation of
Okay.
those. Right, if I quickly,
I'll press that and it'll be perfect.
it will. And I won't, because we're running out of time, I won't do any more on that one. But you're going to make 4 sets like that, and you'll end up with, not that one, you'll end up with this one.
Fantastic. So the
Because
kit
you
that's-
alternate them
So
round.
that's, look, see how perfect that is.
Yeah, see.
So the kit is on screen at the moment. Well, no, it's not. Actually, the book is. I lied. The book is on screen.
Creative
$8.99. Amazing value. So you can make all of those quilts. 11 for $8.99.
And then, as with the other one, you're going to put them alternately, but between each one you put your sashing. Now,
But luckily, all of that's in the book.
it is. And they do tell you to cut this sashing a certain length. I personally would keep it width of fabric and trim it as I joined.
Oh, okay. Good
Because
tip.
then you know you've got it
Because
right.
it's going to be the right length anyway, isn't it?
Exactly.
So the kit is on screen at the moment. $89.99. Now, don't forget, the kit includes the book. So not only are you getting all the fabric to make the top of this quilt, which is a mixture of Liberties and Lewis and Irene and some mixer blenders as well, but you're getting the book. You get 11 projects as well. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Suzie.
Thank you.
That's lovely. If you could just finish that in the break, that would be
Yeah,
great.
okay, yeah.
I've
sure,
drawn
no
your
worries.
squares out, so
What?
it'll be fine.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Yeah.
We'll
I can
see you
Oh,
back-
just that block. I can finish just that
Just-
block.
Okay. We'll see you back here at 11
You will?
for lunch bags, cosmetic bags.
Cosmetic
bags.
Yeah.
So, and
And
we've
lunch
got loads
bags.
of kits for those. So that's going to be great. I would just go have a quick break, and I'll be back with you in a few minutes' time for Amber Makes Sewing School Part 2. If you want to know how to make a cushion cover, or if you want to make a William Morris cushion cover or a sewing theme one, that's what I'm going to do in the next hour. So I'll see you back in a few minutes.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1p&p, with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1p&p throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
And welcome back to Sewing Street. So this hour is all about Amber Makes Sewing School. So if you haven't watched the last one, so on the Sewing Street birthday, I launched Sewing School. So the idea was that we have a lot of you who are either beginners or returners to sewing, and a lot of the basic skills, I know that we sort of quite often just gloss over them and go, oh yeah, just trim that and clip that and do that, and don't ever really explain it in detail. So we're going back to basics, and last month we did how to sew with a machine, which covered lots of different skills from hemming to finishing seams, all different things. And then this month we're going to talk about how to make a cushion cover, because it's one of those really basic, important things that you need to know how to do, because you might have a lot of fabric in your stash. You might see some and think, oh, that's lovely, wouldn't that make a lovely cushion, and think, not absolutely sure how to do it. So the kit and the panel includes all the pieces to make 2 cushions using both methods so that you can learn how to do it. If you are a more experienced sewer, which I know that loads of you are, then the panels have been designed so that they're just a beautiful pair of cushions anyway. So let's start with, now which one's the most popular, Ben? Right. So let me just move the iron out of the way. Let me show you them to start with. Shall I take them off the thingy? There we go. Then I can explain them to you. So the pair of cushions. There we go. So this one is your envelope back cushion, and this one is your zip cushion. So Amy has designed these. They're vintage, called vintage sewing, but they're like vintage sewing machines. So if I take this one first of all, on one side you've got the sewing machine, and then surrounded by flowers, obviously. And then on the other side, you've got the scissors and the tape measure. And then if you look round the edge, the border around the edge is all spools and buttons all around the edge. I'll show you the panels in a minute so it'll make sense. That's the zip cushion. So that just has a zip in the bottom. So I know a lot of people think, oh, I can't do zips, but I'm going to show you how. It's really easy. In a moment. And then this one is the envelope back. So that's your proper treadle sewing machine. And then on the back, I've done it as an envelope back. Now you can either keep it simple, or in the instructions as well, I've put an extra finishing touch tip about how to add loops and buttons. So if you've only ever done envelope backs and you want to move on to this, you don't need to add those. They just hold it together better. But you can see that the back of this then matches the front. So that's 2 cushions. Let me show you the panel. So the panel. Now this is a big panel. Shall I lay it out flat? And then you can see. So what you can do, so obviously if you want to make this go further, for the zip cushion you've got the front and the back. So if you used your own fabric for the back, then you can make 2 cushions instead of 1. There's the front of the envelope back cushion. And then you could, these are the back pieces, they're obviously smaller, but you could sew those together to make a front. So then you could actually make 4 cushions if you used your own fabric to the back. And not only that, there was a bit of space on the panel, so we've given you as well 6 charm squares that you can use for your own makes. Or you could make little cushions, or what you could do is take these. So this is where it sort of extends beyond the beginner. So if you're not a beginner and you want to take it a step further, you could use your own plain fabric in borders around this and make bigger cushions that match these. And there's also some labels on them as well. But they're all in sort of gentle blues and pinks to make it really soft. Now, the instructions. So with Sewing School, because we are going back to basics and not assuming any knowledge, but explaining things, and I think we often gloss over all of this stuff. All of these come with a video tutorial. When you get your kit, it will come with the instructions. It tells you where to find the video tutorial. There's also a QR code inside that you can scan with your phone, or it gives you the website address to do it. So because we don't assume knowledge, when you go through the instructions, there's lots of words that are coloured in red. Well, orange, actually. Amber. They're coloured in orange. The words that are coloured in orange, I explain at the back to make it easy. Lots and lots of walkthrough photos. And then what I do in the video, which I don't do for all the tutorials, is I film every single stage, including the sewing. So I take it under my machine and sew you. So when you're sewing in a zip, I actually show you under the machine how to do it. So it makes more sense. So there's the zip cushion. And then at the back, this is the terms and techniques. So this is what makes the Sewing School instructions different to our other Amber Makes instructions. So all of the things like clipping, cutting, double hem, edge stitching, zip slider, tacking, reverse stitch, the things that we presume that you know, even pressing, we go, press that. What, how, why, where, pinning. What does pivoting mean? And I know a lot of you out there will know that, but it's just a way of sort of refreshing those skills. So that's what you will get in the kit. That's the instructions. Right, and then we also did a set. Hang on, I've just got to, oh, there they are. Get the William Morris ones. Because this is so to cover everybody. So this is the zip cushion. And I love the way Amy's done this one, because you've got the William Morris Strawberry Thief in the centre, but she's designed it so it's set within this navy and gold square, which gives it a really finished look to it. That's the front. And then if I turn it round, you've got the miniature version on the back. But either could be the front or the back. So just like with the sewing one, if you've got some of your own fabric, use this as a pattern. Just cut out the front, pin it onto your, maybe a navy fabric. Could be anything really. Pin it on and cut the back, and then you can make an extra cushion. And then by having that zip in the bottom, it's hidden. But once you've learned how to do this, you can then make any cushions. Or if you know how to do it already, then easy. You can then take it a step further. You could add piping to it. You could add a little pom-pom trim or tassels, because that's all in at the moment, isn't it? That's the zip cushion. And then this one, make sure I've got the right way up, is, yep, that's the envelope back cushion. So that's the front. It's beautiful, isn't it? And then this one has got a sort of a gold trim. So if you look on the inside, it's got like a mustardy gold trim. But it's what I've done is I've given it a really big overlap. So with this one, I didn't put the loops on because you don't have to. The loops that I've put on are an extra sort of an extension. But then you see the mustard stripe there is also round the edge of the cushion. So that's the pair of cushions. Now let me show you the panel. But you know, although this is sewing school, it isn't exclusively for beginners. If you've done these before, then you've got a nice panel. Then you can do it. You can then add extra things. So what I haven't done with these, I haven't wadded or quilted them. So I thought, let's just keep that out of the equation. That could be for another day. But if you are more experienced and you want to quilt them, so this is the panel. I mean, you know, you could use that for anything, but if you are more experienced, put it on some wadding, quilt round it. I mean, it would look amazing. What I would do is I would quilt round all of these border lines to make that quilting very intense, and then maybe work some hand quilting just around the birds to make that less intense. And there's the envelope cushion top. And then there's the zip cushion back. And then, obviously, same with the other one, you get your 6 charm squares that you can use for, again, what I would do is, if you want to make some bigger cushions, is pick out some of the colours. So maybe pick out the gold, or pick out the rusty red or the green, and use a plain fabric borders around the edge, cut to the same size as the bigger ones, and then you can make those. Or you could take 4 of them and you could make 1 cushion front by putting borders between them. And then you've got labels as well, and you've got more than enough labels. So if you're making it for somebody, then you can put the labels on it as well. I mean, Amy's done a fantastic job of these. They're so good, aren't they? So good. And obviously, with this one, you get your full set of instructions. And with the, I mean, and it's a big set of instructions, a lot of information in there. Now, with the panel is obviously in here and the instructions. If you are making the zip cushion, obviously, the only thing you need for this is a zip. Everything else is included because you actually just, if you're doing the tape, the loops, you'll need some cotton tape, but mainly you'll just need a zip. So I do have the zips because these are important. So navy to start with. So what you need is, what size did I say? Now, an 18-inch, 46 centimetre zip. I've got 2 just because we didn't have... Yeah, I put both of them in just in case one sold out. So this is the 50 set, which is big enough because I always use a zip bigger than you need, longer than you need, because it's easier. It's much easier to sew it in longer and then cut it off afterwards. So £2.19, that is your navy zip. So obviously that is perfect for the William Morris one. We have got the 60 as well, just in case you want a 60 centimetre one. But I was just, it's the same price. Weird. But maybe, you know, maybe you want to use zips for other things. I have got both of those. Then for the vintage sewing, I've got 2 colours because I couldn't decide. I've got pink. Should we start with pink? Because the zip cushion has got a pink bottom. I'll show you. There you go. So the zip cut, that's where, what colour did I, oh, I used just a cream one. But because it's pink, so you can choose. So there's the big, and that is the right length, because I know £1.99. I know zips are often difficult to get in the right colours and the right length, because I do explain in the instructions about a zip that this is a nylon teethed, closed end zip. And that's what you need, because zips come in all different sorts. Closed end, open end, you could use continuous, but a closed end nylon teeth. Number 3 this is, which means it's got 3mm teeth, which is the right size. And then this is number 3 in lilac. Same price, just depends whether you're... So that's all you will need in addition. If you are going to put loops on, you'll need some cotton tape and some buttons, but nothing major. Right, before I go ahead with the demo, because we loved these prints, well, I loved them, we decided to make some matching charm squares. There we go. So, no, that's that kit. Where's the charm square? Ah, haha, got them. Right, should we do the sewing machine one first? Because we love charm squares. If you're with me, 8 o'clock. Look at those. So these are small versions of the cushion fronts. And you get 6 of these on your panel. So if you did want to make some more cushions, and maybe you know, join them together to make some matching items, or maybe you want to make like a matching sewing machine cover for your sewing room, or you want to make some storage baskets, this is absolutely ideal because you can cut them out as whole pieces. So you've got the sewing machines that are feature on the cushion fronts. You've got larger versions of the pins and the buttons and the thread spools and the safety pins, and more there. And you've even got across the top, to fill that space, you've got a whole row. So maybe you'd like to make yourself a little tote bag for taking to a workshop. You could use that section there for the handles, and then you could cut out, you could cut them out and join them together, because they would be really good to make. The reason we put these in is they would be really good to make the market tote that we did last month, which we have the instructions for. They'd be ideal for that. So that's the vintage sewing machine one. And then we've got, obviously, the William Morris one. And I think this is a gorgeous charm square panel. Isn't that nice? Oh, you get gift tags, because who doesn't need a fabric William Morris gift tag? But I love the fact they're all in the squares, and these match the 6 charm squares that you'll get in your kit as well. So if you did want more. And then there's just an extra space, isn't there? So that, again, bag handles. So 40 on here for $14.99. They're beautiful, aren't they? Again, they would look really good if you got the instructions to make the market tote bag charm square, which is the one that I did. We've got the instructions for those on the website. So this is the one I did last month with our produce charm squares. But if you used navy or a mustardy gold for these strips and put the William Morris charm squares in, that would be lovely, wouldn't it? So we do have the instructions for that. Oh yes, there we go. We do have, so if you wanted to get the instructions for the market bag, we have got those, because it just uses the charm squares. Again, as with all of our instructions now, they all come with a full video tutorial. So if you want to make something with that, then you can. There we go. Right, now I'm just going to run over last month's, and then we can get on. So last month, it was all about, it was all about sewing with your machine, because I just thought I'd start off with that. So we called it How to Sew by Machine, but I covered lots of different techniques. But I also wanted you to make something. I think part of learning to sew is you don't want to just make something you're never going to use. So I thought I'll make something that you actually need and ought to have as well. And it was the reusable produce bag. So, you know when you go to the supermarket and you fill up bags, you go to the super and you fill up with loose potatoes and carrots, what do you put with them? So on the panel you get 4 bags. Now, these are the vegetable bag. This is my favourite one. The potato bag. And it has a drawstring. So there's 2 prints in this. This one is called Farm Shop. Because you know how much I love Farm Shop services. In fact, they should sell these in Farm Shop services, shouldn't they? Maybe I should suggest it. You need to sell these in Farm Shop services, all made. So there's the potatoes, then you've got one for vegetables. You don't need anything else except for the panel because all the drawstrings are in there. So that's to put your carrots and your parsnips in. Then you've got a baby one to put all your garlic, shallots, fresh herbs. And then you've got the bread one. I love the bread one because the bread one is slightly different. It has a boxed bottom. So when you do it like that, it looks like a basket. It says all you need is loaf on one side and the best is yet to crumb on the other. And then you put your bread in it because putting bread in a cotton or linen bag keeps the crust fresher and crisper. And then you just pull up the drawstring. Also, you can then roll the top down. So say you've got warm rolls or bread in it and you want to put them on your table. If you roll the top over, it becomes like a bread basket that you can put in. So this one covers finishing seams, hemming, sewing a casing, boxing a bottom. So it's all your basic material. So if you can sew, you will find this easy peasy. If you know somebody who wants to learn to sew, this is a great kit to buy them because they will learn. But you'll also get these projects. I've got a set at home now and I love them because I put all of my fruit and veg in them and then I can keep them and I know they're not going to go mouldy in the plastic bags. Obviously, full set of instructions with the full video tutorial, just like before, lots of photos. So this is all about eco. So terms and techniques, some of them are the same in each month. Some of them, I change them depending on what we're doing. So for this one, obviously we've covered what is box corners, what's edge stitching, what's sewing a seam, what's hemming. And then you get the full video tutorial. That's that version. Then we did another version. Oh, do you want to see the... Let me just hold up the panel just so you can see. It's massive. Look at the size of that panel. Because you get 4 bags. Again, that's quite a good gift for somebody as well, isn't it? Is learn to sew, make all the produce bags, because it's actually something that you need as well. Think how cool you'll look in a supermarket when you go, oh yeah, I've just got my bags. I'll just get my bread bag out. In fact, Ben's still got my bread bag. Ben has adopted my bread bag. Right, now this was the other version. This is called Grocers. So I'll start with the bread bag. Now, if you ever bought the Amber Makes supermarket bags, you will recognise that these match them, the Superb market bag. Sourdough, baguette, loaf of bread, ciabatta. These actually match the supermarket bags, so these would be really cool. If you've got the Amber Makes Superb market bags, you could put these inside them, wouldn't you? So that's your bread basket. Again, that one has the box bottom. Then we've got potatoes. I love this one. Look at the potatoes. Maris Pipers, sweet potatoes, new potatoes, red potatoes, russets. And then we've got the vegetable bag. I filled mine with carrots, although it's quite good for broccoli, to be honest, because you know when you buy broccoli loose and it's a bit fragile, isn't it? It's really good. And you can put these in the fridge. Now, you'll notice, because I really wanted to check, I'd filled these with vegetables when we did the show last time, and I thought I'll give them a wash. I don't think I've ironed them brilliantly, but you can see with these, because obviously they're slightly crinkled, because I don't think I ironed well. These have been, I chucked them in the washing machine just to make sure that everything was fine after having made them, and it was all lovely. I mean, I have washed many of our panels before, but I just wanted to double check with these because they'd had muddy potatoes in for a while, so I just wanted to check. And then this one's got mint, ginger, rosemary, shallot and garlic in it. And then obviously full instructions come with those. And then finally, we obviously did a charm square. We only did one. And this is what I use to make the market bag with. My favourite thing on this charm square panel is this row of vegetables across the top. I think that's my favourite thing. But aren't they lovely? I love the carrots as well. I think it was because when we had this, I thought, well, I'm going to make something with that. And then I thought, well, let's do some instructions as well. So this one, if you wanted to make exactly the same as, so there's the charm panel. If you want to make exactly the same market bag that's in the instructions here, this is the panel that I use to make it. But obviously you can use these instructions for anything, but if you wanted to be exactly the same, there we go. So that's everything. Oh, the vintage sewing. The sewing is the most popular by about 10. Hard to say, isn't it? I'm rubbish at deciding that. Right, so where shall we start? I'm going to start with the envelope cushion. Let me just get all my bits. So I cut those out. If you are going to use your labels, by the way, because I've cut those out, made with love. Now you could, if you wanted to embroider on them and be really posh, then draw over them with maybe a friction pen, something that's erasable, and embroider over. Or if you, for a quick thing, just get a permanent marker pen and draw over it. And then you can then stitch these to the backs or the inside or whatever. And then those are the charm squares that come on the panel. So you won't be needing those to start with. So let's start off with this envelope back. Now, when you do the envelope bag cushion, you have to hem, a double hem, across the top edge of the bottom piece. So when you cut out your panel, you can see here I've pinned the label to it because all the pieces have the label just above. So when you take yours out, pin it to the right side, but pin it sort of near the top edge, just so that you remember, because with some pieces, it's important which is the top and the bottom. So just do keep that on. And then you need to hem the top edge, so the top edge of the bottom piece, which I've done in advance because it's done the same way as the bottom piece. And then here's the envelope cushion back top. There we go. So I'm going to show you how to hem it to start with. So it's a double hem. And the hem needs to be 1/2 inch wide. So if I take, you can either use a pin for this or you can use a pen. So make sure that with the top you need the bottom edge and the bottom you need the top edge. This is all the instructions. So to turn a double hem over by 1/2 inch, always measure double that distance. I'm going to not start at number 1 just because this tape measure's got a metal end and sometimes that's not very accurate. So I'm going to start at number 2 and then I'm going to mark along. I rarely ever use the end of a tape measure unless the tape measure comes beyond the end, because sometimes you'll have a tape measure that stops at 0 and then has a little bit more, but the end is often not massively accurate. So always measure double. Then what we're going to do is turn that over to meet up with that. And now that's exactly 1/2 inch. So I'm going to just finger press this, just because it's kind of easier to finger press it to start with. And then I'm going to get my iron. Now, sometimes, I know it depends what sort of sewer you are. I'm a bit of a precision sewer. I'm not in life. There is no precision. Sewing is the only thing that I have any patience or precision for. You might not be. I would say if you are new to sewing, if you're not new to sewing, it really doesn't matter. You've worked it all out. But if you are new to sewing, I would start with being precise. If you turn this over and it's not an inch, and you haven't turned it over by half an inch again, it isn't going to work as well. So if you start off at the beginning of your sewing journey by doing things, measuring and marking, as you get more experience, you can judge things by eye more, but I would start off this way. So now I've turned it over by half an inch, I need to turn it over another half an inch, because at the moment this is a single hem, and I need to make a double hem. So all you have to do is mark, because we need to turn that over half an inch again, like this. So we just need to mark the inch from there, and then that will turn over. So if we, again, don't start at the beginning of your tape measure. Right, so we'll turn it over. Now, if I was using pins to do this, let me just show you. So this is another way you can do this if you don't want to use a marker pen, particularly because you've got it on your ironing board. Pop your pins in like this. So I love doing all of my marking and measuring on my ironing board, you see, because they stick in. You can then turn it over to match up with the pin, move the pin and pop it back in. Move the pin, pop it back in. It sort of stabs it into place. Then what you can do is take your iron and then you can press it, take out the pins as you go, and that saves any marking. So sometimes I mark it and sometimes I pin it. And then what I'll do is pin this into place. Now, if you're making the simple, the normal back, the envelope cushion back that doesn't have any tabs, and you really don't have to do them. I just thought I'd put it in as an extra, because I know, you know, even if you're a beginner, you might want to go to that extra bit. So with this one, I didn't put any tabs on, and it works absolutely fine. And if you're going to do that, then all you've got to do is sew down the edge of this. But I'm going to show you how to put the loops in. So with this one, you can see I've got these cotton. Now you can use, for these loops, I've used cotton tape. It needs to be about half an inch wide. You don't want it too much wide or it won't pop round the button. And not too much, about half an inch. You could use ribbon, cotton tape, anything like that. You don't need very much. I think you need about 18 inches, so not a lot. But that's just quite a nice little finishing touch. What you can do is actually, that looks quite nice on the front of a cushion as well. So if you wanted to make 4 cushions from this panel, you could use this envelope front as the front of one of them and use a plain fabric on the back. And then you can use that for the front of another one and a plain one. So you will get 4 cushions from the panel. And just a quick word about cushion pads. If you want them to look like this, so they look plump but not overfilled, I've used feather, and these are 16-inch cushions, and I've used 16-inch cushion pads. If you're using polyester or fibre fill, you might want your cushion pads to be a bit bigger, but I find that with the feather ones, they fill with air better, and it gives you a look of it not being overfull but not underfull. So that's just a bit of advice about cushion pads. So a 16-inch feather one is what I used. Right, so if we're going to put the loops in, this is easy. Just got to find them. There they are. So I've cut mine in advance. Now what I did was I cut 3 lengths of 4 inches because they went round my button. And my button size, just because I had these left over and I quite like them, they were 1 inch. But I'll show you how you work that out. So start off by, we're going to put 1 in the middle. I think 3 loops is enough for a cushion this size. So fold it in half to find the centre. There we go. I'm just going to pop a pin in there. And then the other 2 loops are spaced either side of that. All the measurements for that are obviously in the instructions. So I'm just going to mark those. And then once you've marked them, then use a pen. Now I use a friction pen, which is a heat erasable pen because it's my favourite thing. Always test marking pens. I just find that whenever I'm using any of the quilting weight fabric or any of these panel fabrics, it comes off. So you can draw on them and then you just simply press and it goes away. Do test it though. But it just means for something like this, because I want to be able to mark that centre mark and mark it on there. It's a bit warm, so it won't mark. That's really funny. So if it's really warm, it won't work. Or maybe my pen's not working. No. I'd be trying it. I've got 2 of them. Maybe the pen's going, because they do. Oh, there we go. So mark like that. And this is the great thing about a friction pen, is that you can make big marks. If you haven't got one, doesn't matter. Just pop a pin in. Now I can see where they are. Now I'm going to take one piece of tape, and then I'm going to tuck the ends underneath. Make sure when you tuck them in that that's not, you don't want to twist it. It needs to be in a loop so that the same side is going under the ends. Tuck those underneath so they meet right at the bottom, and then you've got that centre mark either side, and then fold it back over and pin it into place. Now, before we move on and do the others, let's just check that this is the right length. So if you turn it over, this is the front of your cushion pad, just bring the loop out like that. And then, if you take your button, put your button on top, and if the button is the same length, I help run a school sewing club, and the girls are mesmerised by them. Is that about the pens? I know they are brilliant. But loads of people use them. They sell loads of friction pens just for normal because, good morning all. How lovely to sit with a coffee and watch a superb demonstration. Expertly explain, lots of tips. Bravo. Oh, thank you, Cal. That's really kind of you. Oh. The other good thing about friction pens, which we do have on the website, is they have this like rubbery end because they come out by heat. Or friction, because friction creates heat, as we all know from our physics lessons. So if you draw on paper with it, then you rub it with that, the heat takes the pen away. So a lot of people use them in schools and for writing with as well. Just don't put them near the radiator because everything disappears. I've written birthday cards with before, and they've sat in the heat and they've disappeared. Anyway, to make sure that your button, your loop is the right length, pop your button on, and can you see there that the end of the loop is the same length? Just cut it longer or shorter if it's not. Right, let's just pop the other 2 in. So, there we go. Make sure the loop comes all the way around. And then I'll just pin that into place. So this is quite simple. So I know a lot of people think, oh, I can't put the loop, that's too difficult. But it's not really. There we go, put that, make sure it stays straight. But remember that the video tutorial that you will get access to once you buy the instructions, I show all of this. So you haven't got to remember. There we go. Now, all we need to do is sew that into place. So I'm going to sew it from the wrong side because otherwise I won't be able to see where the turned over edge is. So lower the presser foot about 1/4 inch from the end, because if you put the presser foot right into the end, it'll suck all the fabric in. Unless you've got a really fancy machine like the one I've got at home with an HP foot where it doesn't. For a normal sewing machine, just come in 1/4 inch then. And then just go forward a couple of stitches, then press your reverse button or lever. Some machines have levers, some have a button, and then stitch backwards, and that secures the stitch. Now what we're doing now is edge stitching, and edge stitching is where you work about 1/8 inch from the edge. Sometimes people call it top stitching because it's done on top, but in theory it's edge stitching. So just stitch nice and slowly, just about 1/8 inch from the edge, and then as you reach the pins, take them out. Now I'm going to sew on top of the end of the tape, and then I can speed up a little bit. The more experienced you get, the faster you'll be able to go. But to start with, it's really easy to sew straight if you sew slowly. A lot of machines will have a speed restriction lever or button or slider on them. This one has a hare and a tortoise. And so if you're not very good to start with at making your machine go slow, just put it to slow speed. When you get to the end, just stop a little bit from the end, press your reverse stitch button or lever and reverse over thread, and then you can cut it. Some machines come with the thread cutter. If they don't, just pull it out and cut it. Always, always, always press your seams after you've sewn. The motion of the thread and the needle going through fabric disturbs it and upsets it and makes it slightly wibbly. So if you press afterwards, that actually sets the seam into the fabric, closes up the holes, you get a neater finish. Now, our loop's on the wrong side, so that's no good, is it? So what we're going to do now is move them over to the other side and pin them into place. So I know I'm going through this in a bit of detail, but then you'll know how to put loops on. So pull it over to this side. Pop the pin in. Right, and then if you have a quick look on the other side, just make sure that that's nice and flat and straight. And then I'm going to sew again, but this time from the right side, and again about 1/8 of an inch from the edge. Now when you do yours, I've got just a white thread in this machine. You could use a thread that matches, so this doesn't show up as much, or make a feature of this and use a contrast thread. It's entirely up to you. Obviously, if the thread matches the fabric, your stitches will show up less. So I would say for a beginner, use a matching thread. And then sew all the way along. Once you reach each loop, just hold them down nice, and then make sure that you're sewing over them really nicely. And then sew all the way to the end and reverse stitch. And then you've now got loops. Loops. So, in order for me to be able to skip forward, what all you do next, I won't demonstrate it all because as I said, it's all in the tutorial, is you take the envelope cushion front, like so. You place the top, which we've just done, and because you've labelled them, you'll know which is which. Once you get to this stage, you can then start taking the labels off, but keep them on until the point at which you put them together, then you remember which is which. So envelope cushion back top, that goes first. You place that on there. And what I like to do is sew this into place first. If you're more experienced, if you've done a lot of stitching, you can just pin it. But I'd like to tack that on first, and then I place the bottom. And now I've already hemmed the bottom in advance. And place that on there, because when you get to sewing these layers together, you've got to make sure that this stays in place and that stays in place. So if you just tack that into place first, it makes it a bit easier. Sew it together all the way around the edge, and then this is what you will end up with when you turn it right sides out. It will look like that. So you'll have the loops, and then simply place the loop on top of the fabric, and then you can mark where it reaches and sew a button in that place. But again, this is all in the tutorial, but I want to get on to the next cushion. So that's how to do loops. So if you've done envelope cushion backs and you haven't done loops before, do them because they make a nice little addition to a little bit of a decorative touch and also holds the back together better. Right, let's move on to zips. So, I know a lot of people hate zips and, well, hate putting in zips, not zips personally. And I know that they are like, you have to really think about it, you need different feet, but there is something about a zip cushion. Let me show you the, I'll show you the William Morris one. There we go. The greatest thing about a zip cushion is that you don't need extra seam allowances or extra pieces. It means that you can choose a fabric that you love and you cut it, add the seam allowance, and you have the same for the front and the back. And then you've just got the zip in the bottom, out of the way. And then you don't have to have sort of extra bits for the envelope backs. I know you've got to put a zip in, but with practice, honestly, it's not difficult. And I'm going to show you an easy way to do it. But it just means that if you've got fabric that you like, you just cut 2 squares, pop a zip in, and there we go. So that's why I like a zip cushion. So that's the William Morris, £24.99. Remember, that gives you the panel to make the whole envelope cushion, the whole zip cushion. You get 6 charm squares and the labels as well. And if you use your own fabric for the back, if you're going to do that, just take one of the cushions, they're all the same size, pin it to your fabric and cut round. If you do that, you can then make 4 cushions for £24.99. Okay, so what we're going to do is take the zip cushion back and the zip cushion front. And with this, to be honest, it doesn't really matter which you put on the front or the back. And we're going to place them wrong sides facing. Very, very important that you get the top edges so you got them the same way up. Otherwise you'll have one upside down. Rebecca's videos are brilliant as usual, all her demos. Thank you, from Maggie. Oh, thank you, Maggie. That's really kind of you. Thank you. So make sure you got them the same way up. You know I'm speaking from experience. And then we're going to pin it together along the bottom edge. I have sewn lots of cushions on where, in fact, I can prove to you, because if you look at the back of this one, this bottom piece is upside down. Because I didn't label my fabric, and as I did the video, I said, make sure that you label the fabric. And so therefore this one's, and I only know that because those spools have got the holes in the wrong place. So there you go. And that is because I was just going, oh yeah, I know how to do this. I mean, you don't really notice with that. You'd notice if these were the wrong way up. Right, so I'm going to pin it together along this bottom, just the bottom edge. We're not doing anything else, just the bottom edge for now. And that's really easy. Make sure we match up the raw edges. When you're doing that, always match up the corners first, and then pin it between them. Now take your tape measure and a pin or a friction pen, or whatever marking tool you prefer, and measure 2 inches in. So again, I'm not going to start at the beginning of my tape measure because it's got a funny end. There we go, and join and just draw a mark. If you haven't got a pen, don't worry, you could use a pin, but just measure 2 inches in and draw a mark. Now, the reason for these marks is when you sew a zip in, if you sew the zip all the way across the bottom edge, then that zip starts getting mixed up with and involved in the side seams, which makes it a little bit more bulky. Whereas if you sew side seams first and then the zip is going to sit within those seams, it just makes those corners a bit neater, also makes sewing in the zip easier. So what I'm going to do, normal stitch length, which for this machine is 2.4, that's fine. Anything from 2 to 2.4 is absolutely fine. Different stitch lengths for different tasks. And there's a lot of talk and chat about stitch lengths. Some people go, oh, I always use a 1.8 for patchwork. Other people use a 2.4. Really, what you're aiming for is that if you're doing a seam like this, it's not a special stitch length for tacking, is that when you pull it apart, that the stitches can't really be seen. But you don't want it so tight that it puckers the fabric. So you can always play with that. A lot of machines have a preset stitch length. This one's 2.4. That's what I'm going to go with. 1/2 inch seam allowance. So if you haven't done this before, just have a look on your needle plate. It's all marked up. Nearly every machine is marked up with seam allowances. So just put the raw edge of the fabric against the 1/2 inch seam allowance, lower the needle and lower the presser foot, and then you know it's in the right place. And then, like we did before, I'm going to go forwards and backwards, and then I'm going to just stitch up to that mark. When my needle hits that mark, I'm going to reverse stitch to secure the seam and stop. And then go to the other end, line it up with the 1/2 inch mark, lower the needle on the line. And again, in the video tutorial, I film all of this section, so you'll be able to see this close up. And stitch to the end and reverse stitch. Now, the section in between is where the zip is going to go. And trying to put a zip in and keep this as a nice straight thing by pressing it open often goes wrong, particularly if you're a beginner. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to tack between here. The easiest and quickest way to tack is on your machine. It's precise because you can use the seam allowance marking on the needle plate, and it's quicker. But what you must do is increase the stitch length to its longest only because it's a lot easier to get out and it marks the fabric less. So on my machine, the longest stitch length is a 5. If you're not sure on yours, have a look at your sewing machine manual and it will tell you. And then start, because you don't want to overlap these stitches and you don't want to reverse stitch. If you reverse stitch, it takes longer to take the tacking stitches out. So start maybe a 1/4 of an inch beyond that, line up the raw edge, because you want a little gap so that you know where to take it out. Don't reverse stitch. And then we're going to stitch all the way to the bottom. Take the pins out as you go. Right. I've stopped a 1/4 of an inch, just a little, it doesn't matter, you don't need to measure it, just a little bit before, just don't stitch on top of the other stitches. If you do, it's not the end of the world. I'm just telling you this just because it's easier to undo. So can you see now that we've got 2 seams here using your normal stitch length, and then between it we've got a tacking stitch which is long. It doesn't show, I should have used like a navy thread, shouldn't I? So you could have seen it. It would have been better if I'd used a dark thread. Can you see? So it's just a long stitch. Right, now what we're going to do is press this seam open, and this is going to help to get a neat zip in. So put it on your ironing board. I'll tell you what we'll do is we'll set it first. If you can get into the habit of setting it, it will press open better. With anything, set the seam and then press it open, or to one side, or whatever you're doing, and then if you need to turn something right sides out, then press it from the right side. So I'm going to press this open. So this is the bottom edge of the cushion, and this is what the bottom edge of the cushion will look like after the zip's been put in. Right, once you've done it from the wrong side, turn it over to the right side, because sometimes you might have got a little sort of crease or tuck there, and you really don't want that. Make sure that that bottom is still laying flat, otherwise you have to press it from the wrong side again. So now we know that the bottom edge of our cushion is sewn together with a 1/2 inch seam allowance, and that's what it's going to look like. When you sew the rest of the cushion cover, you will use a 1/2 inch seam allowance as well. So that's what yours will look like. But now we need to put the zip in. And honestly, this is easy. So place it towards you. I would do this on an ironing board because you can use that lovely thing of sticking the pins into the board. Now, the zip is longer than needs be because it makes it a lot easier. So don't worry about zip sliders or anything like that. Just make sure your zip's closed and lay it centrally on top. And then what we're going to do is pin the zip teeth so they sit on top of the seam. So if I start at this end, take the teeth and make sure those teeth are sitting on top of the seam, and then pin it into place. And then go a little bit further down. So roll the teeth on top of the seam. I think we should get Ben and Ollie making one of these in their next break. Now they've watched how to do it. Now, what you'll find actually with these zips, because this is a closed end number 3 zip, which means that the number 3 basically means that the teeth are 3 millimetres across, and they're often used in this sort of thing or dressmaking. And number 5 zip has 5 millimetre teeth, so slightly wider. You'll often find those in sort of chunkier bags or coats. But you'll find actually that the tape is pretty much the same width as the seam allowance when it's pressed open. So actually, once you've worked that out, you tend not to have to roll them down because you just make sure that it's sitting on top. Pin it together all the way to the bottom, and then, because we're going to take these pins out in a minute, which I know you think, oh, it's such a waste of time, but honestly you'll get a better finish. Pin the bottom edge in as well. And you don't need to turn this round, because it's always best to have your pins facing in the direction you're sewing, because it's a lot easier to take pins out when the heads are facing you. But with this, it doesn't matter. So that's the zip. Now we now know that that zip is in exactly the right place because the teeth are on top of the seam, everything is beyond, so that's easy. Right, turn it over, but we need to sew this zip in from the right side because you will get a neater finish and also you'll get the teeth in the right place. So we're going to have to repin it, but that's fine because you just pin, you have to pin either end, but pin between the pins that you've already put in. Don't take the pins out from the bottom beforehand. So these are just so that you can pin it in. Now, when you become more experienced, you might glue the zip in using a fabric glue. You might just pin it into from the front already, but honestly, I always put a zip in this way. I never just pin it in from the right side first because it just goes wrong. And this takes maybe an extra minute or two, but the unpicking that it saves. So I'm just pinning that all in place, and we will, I know you're thinking at the minute, well, the zip slider's sticking beyond the cushion cover, but we'll sort that out in a moment. So just carry on pinning it. And then before you do anything else, we'll go back over to this side, we'll take all the pins out that you've just put in. So this is why sometimes people use glue. Thank you so much for the sewing school. I've been sewing for years, but love these reminders from, oh, thank you, Carol, that's really kind. I think sometimes, though, when you go back, because even when you've been sewing for ages, I mean, this is why I love working here, because all these guests, they tell me things, I went, oh, I never knew that. There's never a show where I don't learn something and I've never even thought about doing that. Right, we'll turn it back over to this side because we need to sort out this zip slider. So, the seam that we stitched at the end, that the zip slider needs to sit within that, otherwise we won't be able to unzip it. So I can see where that is, because if you just pull it apart slightly, you can see it. If you really want to be certain, draw a line across there or put a pin, but you can see it because the tacking is different. Then take the zip slider, and the zip slider's got to be within this. So if you put your zip slider this way up, so you can see it's the right side up now because this is the right side and the right side. I have pinned them in upside down before, very annoying. I'll just turn that over. If you pin it, if you do it like that, you can actually hold the ends, and you can't see them, they hold the ends of the zip tape and slide it in. As long as it's with it, you can leave it there. So it's just within. Right, now I need to put zip foot on my machine. So different machines have different zip feet. Nearly every machine comes supplied with one. If it doesn't, you can buy them as an extra accessory. Basically, they usually have a little notch either side, and it allows you to sew closer to the zip. Don't try and sew in a zip without using a zip foot. So simply change it. Your manual will tell you how to do that. It's unusual to not get a zip foot supply, but if you don't, then you just have to get one. Now I'm going to start stitching. There's the right hand mark. You can start stitching where you want. I tend to start stitching a little bit beyond there, just because I find it means that you can reverse stitch over that. So when you come to stitch, don't forget to put your stitch length back. Lower your foot. You're going to be stitching about 1/4 inch from that seam, but you'll probably find the edge of your foot will line up with the edge of the teeth, or you might have a marker on your zip foot. And then just stitch forwards, and then the mark that I put that mark at the end of my 2-inch seam, just stitch about 1/4 inch beyond that. Raise the presser foot. Now I'm going to stitch over the zip teeth because this is a nylon zip. It's absolutely fine, just do it slowly. If you go really fast over a nylon teeth, your needle will break, but if you go slowly, it's absolutely fine. But nylon teeth can be sewn over. If you're sewing over metal teeth, by the way, then just lower the needle, raise the foot, and then raise the needle and just jump over it and then go back down. It'll only be a stitch and it'll be fine, but it just means you don't, because you can't sew through metal teeth, obviously. Right, I've got just enough time to sew this edge of this zip in. So all I'm going to do is sew all the way down the side. Because this is tacked together, I'm not having to worry about it not being straight. Try and keep this seam straight. It's on the bottom of your cushion, so it's not, don't worry too much. What I'm doing with my foot is that I'm actually running the edge of the foot, because of the width of it, along this seam. But you can feel those zip teeth. Just use, it needs to be about 1/4 of an inch. Now, here is that slider, because I can feel it. So raise the presser foot and then slide the slider, just like you did before, by pushing the end of it. The slider's now here. Lower the presser foot and stitch. If you have any problems moving the slider, don't worry, just cut the thread, move the slider, put the needle back in and do a little reverse stitch to secure the end. When we get to this end, get to the mark, stitch about 1/4 of an inch beyond it, stitch across, and turn round and then stitch down the other side. Now obviously you are going to hit the slider again at some point, but you can feel it because you can't sew past a slider. Do exactly the same and you'll have to just move it backwards. This is the one that's a bit trickier because you've got to actually pull it rather than push it. And it is entirely possible. And then you just continue stitching. Actually, that's not, I'll just cut it so you can see for now how I've done it, because I'm running out of time. So now your zip is fully stitched into place, except I haven't done that last bit. And then all you have to do is undo those tacking stitches and you will have a perfectly inserted zip. And then sew the front and back together all the way around, and that's your cushion done. Easy peasy. Right, so all of the kits for the sewing school for this month's and last month's are all on the website. If you go onto sewingstreet.com, click on watch live, you can see from there. Next month's sewing school will be at the beginning of April, and that one is going to be all about how to sew a curved seam. No, it's not actually. That's the one after. Do you know, I'm so confused because I've just done them. That's the one. No, next month is Patchwork. The one after that, May, is curved seams. Next month is Patchwork. It's if you've never done Patchwork before and you want to learn how to do it really simply and make a really cool bag, because it's dead cool. That's next month, and that is, I think, the 2nd of April, but it's right at the beginning of, I think the 1st of April might be bank holiday, so it's the 2nd of April, and that's how to do Patchwork. Anyway, don't go anywhere, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Susie's all ready and she's going to be showing us how to make these fab cosmetic bags. See you in a moment.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So, what a fabulous day we're having. Look at this. More gloriousness. Now, this kit, you can bake both, can't you, Susie?
You can.
Both.
It does bake and make.
It does bake both.
It even makes both, yeah.
So this one is for your shampoo and your toothpaste.
Or your
large
projects.
Or this is for your knitting a pair of socks project.
Yes.
Perfect for a ball of
It
yarn, isn't it?
It's a really good travel bag, actually, you know, in the car with all those
Sweets.
Well, I wasn't going to say that. I was going to say all the important things in life, like the box of tissues and the
Yes,
the packet of
actually, I tell you
tissues.
what it's good for.
First-
Chargers.
Yeah, chargers.
Laptop charger,
no, I
phone
use the
charger.
smaller one for all the different chargers
Chargers.
and the international travel bag.
All of that.
But you can actually get one of the little irons in
Oh, can
there
you?
as well. So it's a really good
But it'd be
one
good for a
that.
little project bag for
Yep,
taking away.
absolutely.
Or
But
toiletry
toiletries, yeah.
makeup.
And
but
if you
lots of
Eau de
things
coat it,
too.
it's
Yeah,
Wipeable.
Eau de Coat is wipeable as well. So we've got a variety of kits, so we can cover for all tastes. So this is what you will make. You've got the little one and the big one. So let's start with this one. Now, the kit's quite clever. So all of these kits, they all have different fabric in, but what they have in common is they have the Quilt As You Go panel, which is printed with lines. So this is easy peasy beginner stuff.
That's why I'm
But-
doing the show. That's why I'm doing the show.
Yeah. But I think you might be slightly beyond beginner.
You think?
Slightly. With all instructions, but this is fab. Look at this. Comes with the zips. But this is easy peasy zip because you don't actually sew the zip in. Somebody has done that for you.
Zippity-doo done.
Zippity-doo-done has done that for you. So you just, well, Susie's going to show you. You just pop the fabric inside, fold it over, and there we go. And it comes with both of those. So you've got, we'll show you in a moment how all of this works, but the wadding is printed to make it easy peasy for you. And it comes with zips. And then you get all the fabric that you need. So we've got, are these all fat quarters?
Yes.
Oh, that feels like a half a
Half
metre.
metre,
So you've got, because that's for the lining, isn't it? So this is for
Yes.
the outer and this is for the lining. These are pretty, aren't they? They almost look,
Jason Yenter.
they look a bit batik-y, don't they? This is Jason Yenter.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Blues and greens. This is summer holiday vibes, isn't it?
It is a bit Maldives-y, isn't it? Yeah.
So if you're off to Maldives or Dorset,
Yeah.
they're the same.
I'll do a swap.
Exactly the same. They're both by the sea.
To be fair, our holiday last year, which was just outside Harlech, was like the Maldives.
Was it? There you go, see? Who needs to go to the Maldives?
Exactly.
You can go to the UK. There we go. Right, because we do have these kits without the fabric, but the only one you can get the navy is by getting this one. What colour should we do next?
Oh, I don't know. What are you going for?
Oh, I'm going to do the red one because I like the red one. Right, this is the red one. So, these are lovely. What does that one say?
I think
Bubbles, swimming, strawberries, bubbles. Oh, this is definitely a summer one.
It
Look, it's
is,
got little
yeah.
strawberries. This is poppy cotton. I love poppy cotton, though. And isn't that lovely for your little summer one?
it's a nice one to make for a younger person, isn't it?
Yes, definitely. Could be very large pencil case.
Well, that's what I was thinking. It could be a school case, couldn't
Yeah,
it,
it could.
for their
And
stuff.
that is gorgeous.
And I think, if I remember rightly, my tablet fitted in the bigger one.
Oh, in the bigger one.
Yes.
We had a tablet under here once upon a time. Oh, it's gone. We'll find one. So you could put your tablet in the big one. Oh, Kat's going to find me the tablet.
So it would make, you could have...
Oh, thank
look,
you.
There you go.
Look at this, as if by magic. Look at that,
And
everybody.
because it's quilted, it's totally protected.
Yeah.
And you can get a notebook in there as well if you want to. But
Throw that. No, don't.
for
There you go.
putting-
Can you imagine doing that? And then there's this big smashing sound. I go, and it's absolutely
absolutely fine. Not. But you could put e-readers in them and that sort of thing as
Yes.
well. So they are really good. I mean, if you are doing a beach holiday in whatever country,
Yeah,
you
perfect.
could put your e-reader in there, your sunglasses, sun cream,
Yeah, excellent.
your mosquito spray, whatever.
And then
into
this one has got cream for the lining. And then you get the kit with all of the wadding, but this one's got a red zip. Okay? Now, if you just want the zippity-zoo-dah with the red zip, we do have that one,
You want one of
which
these, so it's there. it is.
Susie can see better than I can. There we go. So this is it. There we go. $29.99. And that has exactly the same. Obviously, but you have to provide your own fabric. But if you've got a load of fabric, why not? And that's got the red zip. So we've got all of these with the different colour zips, exactly the same. But if you want to just buy this without the fabric, then just choose the one with the zip that's going to match the fabric that you want to do. Because you can get involved in so many ways. But this is a brilliant kit, I think. This is for if you really don't want to be bothered with zips. This is easy peasy zipness. So that's the red one. Now I'm going to do the next. This is the one that you're... Is that the one that you're demoing?
That's the one I'm demoing.
So look, Susie's already made this one, so you can see. This is so pretty. This is...
Very Eastery.
It is Eastery, isn't it? It's very Liberty.
It is
Very Liberty.
There's an awful lot of liberty.
An awful lot of Liberty in this.
Yep. Some of the new liberties on there.
Oh, is it the
Jasmine
new
Parr
one?
from Garden Collection. Yeah.
Those are gorgeous, aren't they?
Garden tea.
And then this one has the grey zip. And it has a mint inside. So this is just the little one, so you can see what that looks like. That is pretty. So this is the kit. So obviously you get the printed wadding, you get the grey zip, and then you get these Liberty fabrics. Aren't they lovely? And a mint green lining. To pick
Which
up the
really
mint,
picks out the mint in the linen.
yeah, it does, doesn't it? Because
Yeah.
that's the same colour. It's gorgeous.
Yeah.
If you want the zippity doodah just in the grey, zippity doo done. Why does zippity doodah?
Well, that was the song.
Zippity-doo-dah,
Exactly.
Zippity
yeah.
done. Zippity doo done. There we go. $24.99. Okay, right, next colourway, let's go black. Ooh, look at this. This one has a black zip with it, obviously. And then this is the fabric that you get with it. So you get your plain black, that's for the lining. And look at this. To my Valentine, there's plenty of room on this bench for you. There's room in my heart as well. Oh.
But remember, you're going to be chopping it up.
You will
so
be
don't
chopping
get
it up.
Too hung up on the...
Yeah, because you will be chopping it up. So this is if you want a really quite a modern vibe of black and white.
That'll look really
There
cool.
we go, like that. Just depends what look you want. So we've got Maldives blue, strawberry red, Liberty, and now we're on black and white monochrome.
We got it all.
We have it all. It's like a shop, this. Got it all.
Who'd have
Oh,
thought?
it's a shop.
Yeah, who'd have thought?
It's like just like a shop. It's like a shop on the telly. And then if you want just this with the black zip in it, all comes together. It does have instructions. Obviously, Susie's going to show us in a moment, but obviously it does come with full instructions, so you're not just left to work it all out for yourself. It's a lovely little kit to have, to be honest. Something you pop on your shelf, and when you think, oh, what shall I make this afternoon? It's all there. It's in a plastic bag. It's sealed.
Yeah, it makes a really nice gift for
Yes.
somebody. So if you've got someone
That
who,
you don't know what to buy for.
or you've forgotten,
Or, yeah. Or maybe you've forgotten. How about a super bright one?
oh, I
Fancy
love
bit of
that.
cave?
That's a really cool one.
This one has a taupe zip. And look at these. So we've got a bright yellow lining. But look at those. Glorious, aren't they?
Yeah, I like that.
That's gorgeous. I love
That's your
that.
Caribbean trip.
Yeah, that's your Caribbean, isn't it?
So we're doing around the world, really, aren't
It
we?
is,
'Cause we've
yeah.
got the Baltic.
Or kind of retro 70s disco party. Right, so that has a taupe zip. If you want just the taupe zip, we do have that. Do you want it in the taupe? $24.99. Oh, we've called it camel. Sorry.
Well, that's what they call it. That's
Oh.
why. June Tailor call it camel.
If you like
That's
it
when
in
you
the
said
camel,
taupe, I thought,
there's
what are
the
you doing?
camel.
Don't know a taupe one.
I would have said that was taupe, camel taupe.
Yeah, but they call, aubergines eggplants, don't
They
they?
do, which is
So-
ridiculous.
And courgette zucchini.
Zucchini, and what does even that mean? Nobody
And
never.
basil.
It's ridiculous. Right, and then the final one
Oh, that's pretty.
with the white zip.
Look at those butterflies.
So that's like a dusky pink lining. Oh, this is nice. What is this one?
Don't
Do we know the
recognise
brand?
that one. Is it poppies?
Oh, someone's cut the selvage off.
Looks like Poppy's cotton, is it?
Well, the problem is, it depends which bit of the fat quarter. No, this is Free Spirit Harmony by Carolyn Gavin for Conservatory Craft.
Not seen that one before.
It's Free Spirit fabric anyway. That makes it designer, doesn't it?
But when you're cutting your squares, you could fussy cut.
You could fussy cut the butterflies. Isn't that lovely? Pretty, pretty. I like that one with the turquoise background.
Oh, wouldn't that make a lovely sweet 16th present?
Yeah, it would, wouldn't it? It's beautiful, isn't it? It's just so pretty. And I like that one because it's got that kind of
That
watermarky thing.
raspberry, yeah. That's nice.
There we go.
Be hard to choose what would be
$34.99.
your lining on that one.
Well, you get more of the lining, don't you?
Yeah.
I
But
guess.
you could do half and half.
Yeah, you could, couldn't you? And then you get the
can
pale pink
piece.
lining. And then that one comes with the white zip. If you want the one with the white zip just on its own without the fabric, because you've already got enough fabric of your own, we have got that. However, it is quite nice, isn't it, to have the fabric? But it's entirely up to you. We give you all options.
Well, it's a ready-made, as you say, oh, it's a rainy afternoon.
Yeah.
What shall I do? Oh, let's just grab and stitch.
No, I can't find the white one.
No.
Have we got the white
There's
one?
a white one. No, we've got it in the other
Fine. I can just show that. Have we got the white one?
on its own. You have now.
Okay. There we go. Is there one more we haven't done?
No, because that's a
Yes.
cosmetic one.
Oh, we've got
That's
camel
the-
and tan.
Yeah.
Hmm.
No, we haven't.
Not here, we haven't. It's on the website, camel and tan. We're not sure what the difference is. Right.
I don't
Susie,
know
show us how to make one.
How to do a cosmetic bag. So when you get your fabric home, what you really, really want to do is iron it and best press it or starch sand.
No, but you mustn't.
No, not
I give
the
you a
wadding.
piece.
Not the wadding.
Oh,
No, your fabric.
right.
You really want to best press.
Oh,
it.
I thought you meant the don't
Yeah.
touch the wadding.
No, I'm going to go about the wadding.
Okay, have you got a
I'm on
piece?
fabric. I've got mine, but
Okay.
can I have one that's
Yeah.
untouched?
Untouched by
Untouched
human
by
hands.
human hands.
I was wearing gloves.
But your fabric, yes, you really, really need to best press it. If you don't, the whole process of quilt as you go doesn't work as well. You want, because if you don't best press your fabric, you don't get that really smooth press, because what you cannot do while you're doing this is iron. You iron at the end.
Right.
No pressing allowed during the
During
process.
construction.
Okay, so you really want to give your fabric the best option you can, and that is with best press.
Okie dokie.
So hence, you really, really must best press. So then you're going to cut your fabrics, and then you come to your wadding. Now your wadding comes in a full piece like this. Don't be tempted to iron it.
Have you ever done that?
Well, iron it first. Yeah, and it shrinks it.
Does
Straight
it?
away, yeah. And not by much, but enough to make a difference to the
Okay.
project. And you don't need to. If you just smooth it out, what I tend to do is open it up, and whilst I'm doing the fabric and
just let
cutting, it
Like a feather cushion.
Settles, yeah.
I bought some and they were all
Hang it in your-
squished.
yeah,
and then I
hang-
left them and they went
yeah. I know,
Lovely.
it doesn't take long, does it? But it comes in, the two projects are on one sheet, as it were. So the first thing you could do is cut down around this. You can do it roughly with a pair of scissors, but you want to allow yourself at least half an inch to an inch around it.
So roughly outside.
Roughly. You can do it with your ruler if you want to, and a rotary cutter. But top tip, all this is free wadding.
It's free.
You'll get some nice mug rugs out of this. This is a perfect length for a bag handle. So when you're cutting, think about what else you could do it for. I'm going to
about
pass
your
that
free
to
wadding.
you. So I've gone ahead and cut mine. The next thing you're going to do is spray baste your lining fabric to it. So you're just going to use, I think
Do you have to spray baste?
you don't, because we're now going to stitch. But if you're not going to spray baste, then I would pin.
Okay.
So that you know that it's held while you're stitching and it's not going to move. So I'm not going to spray baste this one. purely because then I can show you that you can do that without.
Or could you tack it?
Well, we're going to do that with
Oh,
the
right,
sewing
okay.
machine. So the first thing they get you to do, because once you've quilted as you go, you're not going to be able to see these blue lines. So what we want to do is give ourselves a registration line to cut with at the end.
Right, okay.
So you're now going to stitch, and you can do this with a big stitch. It doesn't have to be a
So
tiny
ideally
stitch.
spray base, that's
your best option.
best bet. But if you haven't got any...
I am a spray-based fan. If you haven't got any, I would get some. Because,
just get some.
yeah, just get some. Because if you're quilting, it makes life so much easier when you...
We have got
quilt.
some.
Yeah. It's cool.
As if by magic.
And it is really easy to use. I've left mine in the green
This,
room.
not only that,
Silly.
it's the June Tailor.
Yeah.
Quill.
And you spray the wadding, not the fabric.
Yeah, there we go.
And had I not left mine in the green room, I could have shown you.
$15.99.
But it's fine.
Quilt basting spray for spray basting. Doesn't only have to be used with June Tailor products, by the way.
No.
This is what you do. You know, when you make a whole double bed quilt and you need to stick the wadding on, you don't want to tack, you can't be bothered. This is what you use.
It doesn't mark your fabric,
Amazing.
so you can use it for that. I use it to hold my zips in place.
Do you? Rather than like fabric glue?
Because I hate quilter's tape, because I find it faffy.
Yeah, no, I don't. I tend to pin them.
Well, I just do a little spray of that, or I use my Soline glue pen.
So is this your basting spray of choice?
It is, yes.
Here we are.
Yep.
As recommended
And it doesn't ruin your
by
needle.
Suzie Duncan on TV.
And I don't get commission.
We should have a sticker.
Do
shouldn't
not
we?
get
As
commission.
recommended on TV by
Suzie Duncan.
Suzie Duncan. Any problems at all, please contact her directly. She'll come round and help you out.
I will. No, to be fair, if anyone does have any issues with anything, not anything,
Sure, with anything
obviously.
at all, Suzie will come round to
I'll
your
come and
house.
sort it for you. Not.
Doesn't even need to be sewing related.
Yeah.
Cakes, she's quite good at making cakes. So
Yeah.
she'll come and help you with that.
I've just been doing the allotment thing, so I can.
Yeah,
do that
she's
stuff.
just been giving Kat some recommendations on vegetable growing.
So what I'm doing now is sewing on the blue line, or you can sew just inside the blue line. I tend to sew on the blue line because A, it gives me something to follow, but also it means that when I'm cutting on a line I've sewn. So I know what I'm doing.
Right, but if you spray basted, you don't have to do this. So this is...
Yes, you do.
oh, even...
Yep, because if you don't, you're not going to know where to cut after you've finished.
Right, got
So
it.
this is a necessary step. And
Basting or no basting?
just be aware that the sides aren't, whoops, I've gone too far, are not diagonal all the way down. There's a straight bit, then a diagonal,
Right.
then a straight
Just
bit.
follow them, though.
So make sure you follow the lines, yeah. The other thing to note that this is the only line that is a sew-on line. All the others are placement lines. So when you're sewing from now on, when we get to do the quilt as you go bit, I'm looking for the fabric to lie on those lines,
Right.
not to sew on those lines.
And that's all in the...
It's all in the instructions. There's also the most brilliant videos as well, and you've got a QR code to those.
Oh, does it tell you in the inside, having just put all my...
It does.
Package mine.
It does,
Put all
yeah.
my
You've
instructions
got,
back.
it tells you there.
Back out again.
You just go on the June Tailor YouTube channel, and they're all
Oh,
on
there we go.
So whichever project you choose to do, there's a video to watch.
Yeah, so what you do is the night before you make this, you sit there on the sofa,
Yeah.
put your earphones in because no one else wants to hear it. Like my husband.
I
he's
don't
always
know.
there
I have to
watching-
listen to cricket.
Oh, always.
Silly animal
All,
thing.
no, it's
so,
always
yeah.
some football commentary, and I go, can you not put your earphones in? And then when I'm listening to how to do a half double crochet front post, he's like, I don't want to listen to that either. So put your headphones in, and then just watch the YouTube because it really helps.
It does. It takes that fear factor away because you sort of know what you're roughly doing.
Okay.
Right, so I've gone all the way round with a big stitch. I can take those pins out now, and you can see on my lining side, that's all done. So you can do that by hand if you want. If you like tacking, go for it. I haven't got enough time. So I'll use them.
So I guess you just go on June Tailor.
Yes, June Tailor.
I love the notice on the back of this bag. Under penalty of law, this tag not to be removed except by the consumer. What happens if you remove it?
Well, I suspect someone flies out of a cupboard somewhere and arrests.
I wonder what you do. You think you get arrested?
So-
under penalty of law. Yeah.
If you're not familiar
Actually not
with
really easy to
Quilt
take
as you
off,
go, it is basically sewing by number, which is what it means. And you are following the numbers. Now, obviously, I'm starting with number 9 because I've already made half the bag. So it's not that I can't count. It's just I am halfway through the project.
Right.
So I've got my pieces. So my first one I'm going to lay down is number 9.
And it gives you all the cutting.
You've got all the dimensions in there, and you'll see that when I put that down, it covers.
When you
square
get
9.
if you've bought the kit,
Yeah.
can you mix them? How do you decide?
What I did was with the fabric is I folded the fabric as a whole and just laid it out. So I auditioned it in the places and decided what I wanted where.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
And then I could cut it according to the instructions. Because then I had a rough idea what it would look like before I started.
Yeah.
And then once you've cut it, because of the way it's cut, you can, if you change your mind, mix and match again.
Oh, okay.
So it's not a foregone conclusion once you've placed it. So your first piece you're going to put down, and you can put a bit of spray based if you want to, because that piece isn't going to move. Don't put it on anything else. The second piece goes upside down, right sides together, so that it's along that first line there. This we are now going to sew 1/4 of an inch. Now I'm going to say a scant quarter, which I hate saying because it's either 1/4 or it's not.
Yes.
So a scant quarter basically is literally a thread away from
So
a
how
quarter.
do you judge that on your
So
machine then?
on my machine, so at the moment with the 782, I've got the HP plate and the HP foot, which is an exact 1/4 inch foot. So if I was doing an exact 1/4 inch, I would make sure the edge of the fabric ran in parallel to the edge of the foot. For a scant quarter, I actually bring the fabric edge just inside that foot.
Right, okay.
When I'm using just the straight stitch plate and the normal foot on the presser foot holder, then again I would just come inside and I would set this to 1/4
Right,
inch.
okay.
Or you can just shuffle the needle one mark
Just
over.
tiny, a little
Yeah.
bit over.
But take it to the right so it's nearer the edge of your
Yeah,
fabric.
yeah.
Yeah. The reason that you want to do that is because then when you're over pressing, because we're not using an iron to press,
Yes.
it just gives you that little bit of leeway with your seam to meet this placement line later. I have to say that the measurements in the instructions are generous, so even if you do sew at exact quarter or just over 1/4, you'll probably hit your mark because they are generous.
Right.
But in general for these, and particularly the long strips, if you can just do a scant 1/4 inch, it's good. So that's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to sew those two down. I'm going to revert my stitch length to normal stitch length. And I'm going to start, let me come back to the overhead, sorry. I'm going to start at this point here, which is the start point, and I'm going to end at this point here. And I'm not back stitching at either point. It's just start and stop, okay? And remember what you're going to see this in your lining because we're quilting as we go. So I haven't got to go back and do it all again with quilting stitches. Now, as I say, we don't want to iron this. We want to press this over. And this is where the magic seam wand, or if you've got a seam roller, that's what you want.
What have you got?
I've got the
there?
magic seam wand.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, no, we've got
Love
that
this for the kit.
in the next hour.
So
Coming up.
You're going to fold
Mine
back
is
your
Susie's
fabric.
and Ben's now. Yours, mine, and Ben's.
Is it? He loves the seam
Favourite
wand.
product.
I love the fact that I feel like a magician because it's a wand.
Yeah.
But what I love about this is I can cheat and warm it on the base of the arm.
I know, it's
Count
genius.
to 10, sorted, because it's beech wood, it absorbs, well, I mean all wood absorbs heat, but beech wood doesn't have...
And with the Eliso iron,
Yeah.
it just slides underneath.
Yeah, you can.
This is like an advert for an
You
Eliso
can, you
iron.
can put it
If you've got the
underneath.
Eliso iron, which
Yeah.
we do have for sale, it slides underneath.
I know, it's brilliant.
Brilliant, isn't it?
Genius, isn't it?
Genius.
And it will give you as good a press as an iron as that. So that's what we're going to do. We're now going to do this side and this side. So I'm going to put this one on here. So that needs to...
It's like painting
flip
by
onto-
numbers.
It is literally just painting by
Or
numbers.
FPP.
But
It doesn't
remember
need removing.
to just start, just start and stop at the beginning. Don't do your back tack or any of that. You don't need it. It's a genius idea. So that's that one, and then the other side I can do at the same time. Once you've done a few of these, you won't even be doing it by number because you'll know, oh, I can just flip that one that way. So I'm going to bring that in there. And these are really quick to do as well. You'll see. The longest bit is cutting all the fabric. So again, I can just roll that across.
Oh, okay.
And then use my seam wand to bring that press so that it's really nice and finished. And then we're going to do this top one. Let's get these in the right order. That's that one. Yeah, it is. I'm just checking that it's the same as the other side. And you can see how generous they are.
Oh, yeah. So you haven't got to really take... No. That's quite nice because I think...
Yeah, that one's that one actually.
Particularly if you're new, if you haven't done this before, because I've not done this before, I'd like that extra length.
Yeah. Now, when they're this long, you might want a pin.
Oh, what, just to...
Just to stop it waggling around, but you don't have to. Your cat's now in hysterics. Doesn't take much, does it?
You did say waggling around, though.
I did.
I think, actually, to be honest, I think Ben's laughing more than Cat.
I think they just need to go in a dark room now.
Yeah.
Calm down. Right, so I'm just, oh, hang on. You know what? I'm just going to make sure that my vines are going to end up the
Oh,
right
I see.
way up.
So you can, if you want, if you want to be
place.
really
That's
careful.
what I said to you with the butterflies, you could fussy cut those.
Yeah, you could actually.
to
Well, like
be
you say,
in
if there's
the-
plenty of fabric.
Yeah, you've got enough to. I'm not saying you can cut a butterfly from the centre of it and then have
No.
enough, but you've got enough to do it. I've pinned
We
both
got
of
those
those because we'll do
pins.
both
We got
at
those
once.
pins.
What, the magic pins?
Yeah.
They were there. I haven't pinched them, honest. I've got my own.
You pinch my magic pins.
Oh, hello. What's gone on here?
Oh.
No, we're all right.
No, maybe we had them, I think we had them earlier.
And these ones we're simply stitching the same skank quarter from edge to edge of the project. Doesn't matter if you go beyond because we're going to be cutting it off in a minute anyway. So
Right,
you can
okay,
do
so go
that.
beyond.
Yeah.
Oh,
not
yes.
the end of the
Thank
world.
you,
Have we
Kat.
got them?
Right, now look, I've got the magic pins. Da, da, da. Right, Susie, tell
Yeah.
me why you love these pins.
Why I love those pins.
These are the regular ones.
So these are the quilting pins. So they're the extra fine shaft on them and a super sharp point. What is... It's me, I'm going too far.
So these are, I mean, they're $12.99 for a box of pins.
Yeah.
So obviously that's more than you'd pay for other pins.
It is.
So why are you paying the extra money?
So if you look at the pin itself, it's got quite a long body to it, so it's going to go through more layers.
Right, oh yeah, okay.
The
close up.
point itself, if I put my finger underneath, you can see is really sharp and it's super smooth. So if you run your fingers round it carefully, there's no burrs on it. It's not going to
it'll
snag
slide
your
through the fabric better.
Slides easily through fabric. You've got this heat resistant ridged grip on the end that is chamfered as well. So it means that it fits in your fingertips really nicely, and you can easily pick them up, use them. Even if you've got dexterity issues, you can use
they
them.
are. I mean, I've
And you
got
can
pink
iron them.
ones. I think they do.
The pink ones are for applique.
Yeah, I love them. I use them
Yeah,
for everything.
absolutely.
Not
Yeah.
I could use them all the time.
Yeah, they are really good
They
pins.
do slight. I mean, they are worth it. I think also.
But I use these with silk and it still doesn't.
because they come with the box.
Yeah, I love the little box.
Because they come
I
with a
have
little
got the
box. Oh, have you?
I have got
Oh,
the
I thought you
box.
had them all in your pincushion. Therefore, you'll put them back in their little
These
coffin.
are the ones from home that
It
were
is a
in
coffin,
my-
isn't it?
It is a coffin, that's what I said.
Or a sarcophagus.
There you go.
Or it could be a sarcophagus, couldn't it? Found in ancient Egyptian tombs.
Or Susie's.
Or Susie's. Yeah, one or the other. But you will put them back in because you don't lose them.
No, exactly. Yeah, exactly. These ones are only in there because they're the ones from my
Right.
pot at home.
So although they are more than other pins, but this is where you are getting what you pay for.
Yeah, I mean, I'm never going to be replacing these, whereas I, in the past, have bought other pins and had to replace them. These heads don't come off. I mean, they actually land properly.
Yeah,
so if you want to match seams through your wall pressing mat or your pressing board, they're very easy, and because they're very fine, they will go through a stitch hole quite easily.
Oh, of course, yeah.
To match your seams.
So we've got the blue ones here, which are the regular quilter pins. There are different colours for different tasks, but for basic piecing, patchwork quilting,
yeah, I think you have.
Oh, nice message. Oh, I can't read that. I love magic pins. I bought the blue pins and the pink recently. Oh, thank you. I never thought there was a difference in pins, and there is. They are beautiful to use. From Hayley and Kent. Thank you very much. I'm with you, Hayley, because I was a bit sceptical.
If I show
But I have got a box of pink ones.
So these are the applique ones, and you can see the difference in size for a start.
Yeah.
So they will do, you know when you've got those tiny little pieces?
Yes, the little bits.
You can still get into the corners and hold them down.
They are lovely.
Yeah, I just love them. And the fact that you can heat them.
Which is amazing, because when you look at them, you think, I bet you can't do this. So
you still don't want to be sewing
as a
over
little
them.
treat yourself purchase that you will be glad of.
Or buy them and then tell your children that that's what they bought you for Mothering
Very
Sunday.
bossy. How about this then? Always wear safety glasses when using.
I know, but it's American,
When
isn't it?
safety glasses?
Yeah, I wear those all the
Can
time.
I wear
Can
normal
you tell?
glasses?
Well, normally I am wearing my glasses.
Oh, yeah, but safety glasses, that's like the whole goggle thing, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
I think that's a little excessive.
Crikey, I think they'd have a field day if they came in my office.
Always wear safety glasses.
Right, so we've got 2 more seams to do for this, and then we can construct.
Do not put them in your mouth. Everybody puts pins in their mouth.
Do they?
Oh, yeah, I do.
No, I don't.
This does say this product is intended for adult fashion, which I would question.
Adult fashion?
Yeah.
Wow.
And decorative use only. So I think they've got that's really fun. I love the safety guidelines on
Well, it's
product.
just to tick a box because
It's
it's all the
hilarious, isn't it?
litigation things.
know, I think
isn't
it's
it?
great.
To stop somebody saying, well, you never said I couldn't.
You
use
never
it to-
said.
I couldn't eat my chips with it. But no, they are good pins, and super, super sharp. So do be careful.
Okay.
Don't.
That's
put
what we
them in
need,
your
though.
mouth. So this are the last 2 bits for this side. And of course, you're going to repeat this process for the other. But you can mix it up. You don't have to have them the same both sides. You could have
Of
2
course.
sides different.
Yeah, no, I think that's quite nice, really. I think I would do that, just because.
Will you stop bibbing at me?
Mine does that. It goes through like little stages where it just beeps at me for no
Yeah.
reason.
I think it's telling me that I'm trying to sew too quickly.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, usually.
Is that like when mine beat this morning? I go, what's wrong, what's wrong? And then it just said 3.5 degrees. I'm like, of course I know it's 3.5 degrees. I've just got in.
Oh, what, your car?
Yeah. It beeps at me when it goes below 5. And I think, well, I know that.
Yes, yeah. Crazy. Right, so I'm just smooth those out again. And now we can press.
Oh, right. Okay, so you've got to... And is that because it shrinks a bit?
Yes, because if you imagine, if I pressed for every seam,
Yeah.
I'll have put an iron across this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times.
Right.
And you get just a little bit of shrinkage with every
I always
press.
thought you couldn't press it because the blue lines disappeared.
No.
Well, there we are then.
Sorry to bust that bubble.
There we are. Do you
Right.
know, and how many times have I, and not that I haven't done it, but I've stood here and watched people demonstrate them, and I thought the blue lines disappeared if you ironed it.
No.
That's why I said don't put that anywhere near the iron, because I thought before I put it back in
Blue
the
lines
packet.
will disappear. No, they are printed on. They aren't heat erasable, honestly. But you can see now, I can't see those blue lines, so I don't know where the bag shape is.
Ah.
So what you do now,
Da, da.
turn it over, make sure everything is still in place. You've got nothing folded over. If you want to, you can pin. But now, if you stitch back along that line you first did, everything gets held
Right.
down.
Yes.
So I know we're, have we got time?
Yes.
Because don't we want to do a bit of the lunchbox? Or
No,
not?
let's finish this one.
Let's do this. So I'll stitch
Finish this
around
one,
that.
Ben.
What's the decision, Ben? Are we carrying on with this?
Yeah, that's fine.
Right, so I'm now going to stitch back on that line. And because this is just a holding stitch, I am going to up my stitch length as well. So I'm going to try and stitch on that line. It doesn't matter if I don't quite. It's not the end of the world. Or you could stitch just a stitch inside that line, but don't go on the outside of that line because you will cut your stitching away.
So what stitch length do you go for here?
This is now on 3.1, which is quite a big stitch.
But I guess it is only a tacking, isn't it?
But it is literally just to hold it down,
Yeah.
because then you know everything's going to be where you need it to be. And if you have your machine set so that it's on pivot, so i.e. when you stop, the needle stays down, but the foot plate, the presser foot lifts, it makes it super quick. Especially if you can get it to turn at the right place. So as long as this bit is within the seam allowance, so on the inside of that first stitch, then you're okay. Nearly there.
And then at what point do we put the zip in? Because that's the bit I
Just
want
now.
to see. Oh, fab, because I want to see that bit. 'cause
Right,
this is
so
clever.
when I finish this, we're going to I'll show you the first zip.
Clever as anything.
Right, we're back to the beginning. So what we're going to do now is cut on that first line or just outside it. So you'll want either a pair of scissors or a rotary cutter and a ruler. But remember to make where it's straight, make it straight. Just going to double check that I'm doing this correctly. So the other thing that it suggests at this point is you can, when you've cut it, is, they say serge, so you could overlock or zigzag stitch on this at this point when you've cut. But I have another tip. If you look inside...
Well, I noticed that. Yours is bound.
I've bound it, and I've bound
show
it
you
with
the
my
inside.
excess fabric.
So instead of finishing the seam allowance by either overlocking or zigzagging, you can bind the edges if you want to for an extra little decorative posh finish.
And you do that afterwards. But if you were if you're going to zigzag stitch or overlock, you need to do it as you've cut.
Right.
Okay, that's the difference. But I don't have an overlock. Well, there's an overlock stitch on these machines actually, but I quite like having a feature fabric as a binding inside to cover my raw edges. I think that's
well, it gives
quite
it that
sweet.
little professional touch. But obviously you don't have to do that. You know, that's the good thing about these projects.
And it is super easy to do.
It's that they're sort of for whatever level.
They are, exactly. Yeah. These are, I love the Quilt As You Go kits. I do them a lot.
So the one that we've got on screen at the moment is the Jason Yenter one, which is this one here. Has been the most popular as well. Over half the stock has gone. Now, in that kit, you get, obviously, all of the printed wadding that we've just shown you. You get this special zip that Susie's going to show us in a moment.
Yeah, I'm just about
and full instructions and information on the full video tutorial. You get 1/2 metre of navy, which is used to line. Then you get a fat quarter each of these Jason Yenter fabrics. There we go. It's lovely, isn't it? I love that one. And that is the most popular. What's the second most popular, Ben?
Ooh.
He's got to add up now.
Or has he got to do some maths?
Yeah.
Do you need any more fingers to count them with, Ben?
The cave. Cave. Wow.
Ah. So people are going for the bright.
Yeah, it's all about the brights, isn't it?
Because we were desperate for some sunshine.
This one has the camel zip, not the taupe as previously thought. It has the camel zip, and then it has these 3 beautiful cave fabrics, and why not? So look at that. So it's like having a designer cosmetic case set with a bright yellow, because cave, there's only 2 of these left though. Only 2 of the cave ones left. It's been so busy. These are so popular. I think Cave would have actually chosen the yellow himself, having met him.
Do you think?
Yeah. Yeah.
He does love his colour combos.
I know. I reckon he'd have chosen that. Well, no, he'd have probably just chosen a colour that wasn't in any of those. Like navy, like red. Yeah, probably.
Because that would have clashed really
true,
nicely
actually.
with that magenta, wouldn't it?
I know, it's just fab though, isn't it? Anyway, look, there's only 2 of these left.
Yeah, so you have to hurry up if you want that.
So remember, you get a fat quarter of each of these glorious cave fabrics. You get 1/2 metre of the yellow that's used for the lining, and then you get the wadding, you get the camel zip, full instructions and details of the video tutorial. There's only 1 left now.
Is there?
Wow. That's amazing.
Right.
And the next most popular, what do you reckon? I know, because Ben's just told me.
Oh, has he? I'm going to say the butterfly one.
Well done. How did you know?
Is it?
Yeah.
God, that was a lucky calculated
That was.
guess.
I know. I wouldn't have guessed that. I would have gone for the one that you're making.
What, the Liberty?
Yeah.
Yeah. You
No,
see,
it's all about the butterfly.
I'm
Look at this.
thinking that people are fed up with the dismal weather. and
Dismal,
so
raining, rubbish
Yeah.
weather. I was driving up the motorway this morning. I was talking to my son, because luckily at 4:30 in the morning, it's 9:30 in Canada in the evening.
that's
so it's a really
lovely.
good time to
Yeah,
talk to him.
catch
So I
up
speak
to
to him then, and he said to me, "Mum, I just have to go outside and talk to you." I went, "Yeah, but what's the weather?" He goes, "It's -10. I went, "You need to be inside, my love, with a pair of gloves on." -10. I said, "Don't be outside for long." Anyway, I was telling him
Yeah, but that's a proper winter.
it is
I
proper,
don't
but I
like
said
cold.
it's
If we have
raining and miserable here.
Yes, panic.
So this one, lovely. Look at the butterflies. Do you know what this reminds me of? You know the caterpillar, the very hungry caterpillar?
Yes.
It's got that kind of look to it, hasn't it?
Well, it's a bit of an Alice in Wonderland, isn't it?
I love that one. And this one comes with a white zip. Beautiful. Nice gift. This feels very gifty to me. Oh, and that lovely lining.
Right.
Very, very low on stock of this one, almost sold out. So if you want this one, you need to get, if it's in your basket, you need to get it checked out.
Did you abscond with my zip?
Did I? No, I don't think I did. I
Ah.
don't think I've taken your zip out.
Somebody has taken my zip. It's very odd. It was here a minute ago.
Oh, what colour was it? I
Right.
don't think I've taken it.
That's all right, I'll find it.
I'll just do these others while you
Yeah.
locate the zip. Right, I'm going to do the Liberty one next that Suzie. Remember, this one is almost sold out, so you need to be very quick. Such a busy hour. Right. We started with over 50 of these, and we are on single figures. If you're not she's still lost the zip.
She disappeared. If anyone can see it, can they message it?
Yes, if you can see Susie's zip. What colour?
It was grey, wasn't it? Well, that's very odd. It was here a minute ago.
Did you put it in the bin?
No, I've had the bin out. How weird. Wow, that's very odd. I've got that one, but that's for the other project.
We'll have to use that. Can you use that one?
I'll have to.
Because then it will turn up.
Weird. How weird. It was lying here. It's just there. How bizarre.
Right, the final one we're going to do, single figures, the Liberty one. This is the new Liberty collection.
That one is, yeah. That's from the garden party that came out last month.
I like that. It's a real sort of citrine, isn't it?
Yeah, it is really nice colour.
Beautiful.
This is way too...
And then we've got Emily Bell.
Yep.
And what's this one called?
That one was...
They just test Suzie with her Liberty. Oh, unfortunately, they cut the selvage
I'm
off.
trying to think. It was one of the flower shows, I think, that one.
Beautiful. Look, isn't that lovely? With a really
Or was it?
pretty
That may have been garden party, actually.
mint green
No,
lining.
that was the garden party.
Oh, was it? And look how that picks up that. And then obviously, and with this one, you get the grey zip. But isn't that pretty? Great price as well. $39.99. All of that. Beautiful. Don't worry, we'll find it.
It's really weird. But, so let me talk about...
Yes.
I've got time, haven't I?
Yes,
5
you
minutes.
have.
For 3 minutes. So, zippity-doo done. You've got... You get 2 in the pack because obviously you've got 2 projects. One is obviously shorter than the other, so you're going to use the shortest one for the smaller bags, the bigger one for the larger bag. You've got the fabric casing is already enclosed on the zip itself.
That's magic, isn't
So
it?
you haven't got to worry. You don't need a zipper foot.
Somebody has already done that.
So what you're going to do is, it isn't actually this long, the zip you get. This one's the one for the other project.
The other project.
And you're going to just put your top edge of your bag inside, sandwich it in between those 2 layers. Now you need to, ideally you want to make sure it goes as far as it can up to that stitch line that's already there. Again, if you want to spray base or use your fabric glue, do that. What I wouldn't recommend is you pin because you will mark this. What I tend to do is put a clip at the end here to hold it.
Oh, okay.
And then
So you
it
could
will
put a
hold
pin
it.
at the end.
Yeah, you could put a pin off here, for example, so down here. But then I keep these bits as for little projects.
But they have
I
no
just,
sliders.
well, I just buy extra sliders. I am a super...
You are.
I'm like,
You
I
are.
just
That would
keep
definitely
everything.
not be kept by me.
Yeah. But then what you're going to do is run a stitch along this edge.
Okay. And actually, it doesn't. Even if you don't get it right on the edge, it's bit in. Doesn't matter, does it?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
So,
But
that's
at
really
that point, I would use a thread that tones with the zip.
okay. And I've noticed that you've used a decorative pattern.
Well, the next thing you do is
come
decorate
over.
this if you want to. Now, the bigger one has got a different finishing as well. So this is your stitch line that you're going to do, and you're going to get that about, you probably can't see it on that one, you can on here. You're going to get that close to the edge, and you're going to put the other side of the bag in this side and do the same.
Right.
Then you get to do any fancy Nancy stitching that you want to along your zippity-doo done. Or what I did here is I took a piece of spare fabric strip and I just made myself a ribbon. But you could add ribbons, you could add pom-poms, you could do whatever you like.
Yeah, that looks
at this
really
point.
lovely, doesn't it?
But it
I
all
like
sort
that.
of flows then, doesn't it? And then, but you want to do all of that before you do anything else.
Right, before you do any construction.
Before
But it
we
really
put
is
this
worth
together.
it, because even if your machine has only got like a couple of decorative stitches,
It makes
like a
a
zigzag
difference.
and something else,
Yeah.
even a zigzag would be
Would
nice
look
along
really
there, wouldn't it?
nice, yes. And it, of course, it comes through on the other side. So it's just a great way of embellishing, making it look a bit different.
Fabulous.
And I quite like doing the two differently as well. And
Well, that's
then
brilliant. Thank you so much, Susie.
one thing I do want to just add
Right.
is make sure you sew across the zip as well. And because it's nylon, you're not going to damage
Yeah,
the
otherwise
project.
it might fall off.
It might fall off. And then when you come to sew them together, because like with all projects, this will be attached to this side, and you're going right sides together, open your zip, otherwise you'll never turn it back through again.
And then it's fully lined, self-lined.
It
isn't
is self-lined.
Brilliant. Well, that's been fab. Thank you so much,
Thank
Susie.
you.
When are you back with us?
I'm back on what month are we in? March.
in
I think
March?
I'm back on the 25th of March, I think it is.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe it is.
Well, that's very good.
Yes,
to
I am,
remember.
because next week is Sewing for Pleasure, isn't it?
I don't know.
Yeah, at the NEC. So yes, I'm definitely.
You won't be sewing for pleasure.
I'm
You'll be
sewing-
sewing for pleasure.
I am. But yes, I'm back on the 25th of March with 2 new patterns
Ooh.
and a new Liberty.
Actually, I think I might be on the 25th of March.
Ah,
I
it's
think
a
it might
new
be.
Liberty launch,
Yeah, I think
and
it
I've
might
got
be.
2 patterns.
Anyway, thank you for joining us for this hour. After the break, we've got a smorgasbord of sewing goodies. We've got some actual brilliant June Tailor accessories, some amazing threads, great tools, mine and Ben's favourite tool, and a brilliant charm square thingy, which I'm not going to tell you about because it's really good. So if you want a whole group of tools, I'm going to show you how to use them and why, and I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes.
And some.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So this hour is a kaleidoscope of loveliness in tools and materials and everything. Where should we start? Should we start with our favourite tool, Ben? Hang on, I've just got to put my batteries in. One moment. Kat's just doing that for me. This is our favourite tool. The Magic Seam Wand, which, as demonstrated by Suzie Duncan on TV, I can't get it out of the bag. There we go. Now, this is a wonderful thing. I mean, it has been developed, obviously, specific for June Tailor products, because a lot of hers you can't press. But you can use it for anything that you can't use an iron for. So that could be due to speed, because you've got your seams next to your sewing machine, you just want to quickly press them open. It could be that you're using something that you've got a heat erasable pen marks you don't want to rub out. It could be directly onto wadding that might shrink, or maybe PU or vinyl or leather. Now, obviously, there are other seam rollers on the market. Some of them are like steam rollers, little rollers. Some of them plastic. But the beauty of this one is because it's made from beech. Beech is a very heat-absorbent wood, which is why the tailor's clapper is always made from beech, because it will absorb the heat. So you can put it on your iron, and then you rub it along your fabric and it presses the seam open. It's amazing. It does make quite a difference. It's one of the, and also there's nothing that's going to go wrong with it. That's what I like it. I feel like it's a tool that you will keep in your sewn box for ages. It's also, I quite like it, it's got that nice little edge there, so you can really push the seams open, or you can lay it flat. Just put it against your iron, count to like 5, or if you've got the Aliso iron, you can put it underneath. It is a brilliant tool. I just like the fact that it warms so that you can use it, because you know what it's like if maybe you're making a PU bag that's got PU one side and fabric the other, and you just can't press it. This is the answer. It's really good. Now, we haven't had that in stock for a whole month. We've managed to get it back. Just $13.99. It's obviously a June Tailor product, because a lot of her projects, with the wadding, gosh, couldn't get the word out. With the wadding, you can't press it with an iron. You need to be pressing them open. But I'm thinking as well, what's really good, you know when you're doing FPP and you want to just press the seams and you don't want to keep going over to the iron all the time, it's really good for that. And things like PU, vinyl, anything that might melt. Lots of things. So very fine fabric. So maybe you're using something like organza or silk or chiffon, or you don't want to lower the iron temperature. It gives you a beautifully pressed open all to one side without the heat. But if you keep it warm, and if you need to, sometimes we'll say just finger press the seam open. That's not always that easy with your, hand, but particularly if it's a 1/4 of an inch seam, you try pressing it open and finger pressing it. But with this, you just press the seam. It's wonderful. What I like about it, it's just simple. There's nothing go wrong with it, is it? And I think it looks nice in your toolbox as well, because it's beech. It's just beech. But this is one of our favourite ones. And I hadn't realised until I'd seen it on here how good it was. And I love it. I absolutely love it. That's why I have one of my own now. Yeah, it is brilliant. But great for all the June Tailor products. But you think about what you've got in your sewing room and what you would use yours for. I think it's marvellous. Magic Seam Wand. Anyway. Right. Now, this is similar but different. I've not seen this before. And you know why? Because it's new today. Now, this is different. You don't warm this one up. However, it's like a steamroller, but it's made from wood. Now, you don't heat it up because it has it's slightly varnished, which makes it roll really nicely. I'm not sure it would like the heat. But, again, it will press a seam open, and the pressure of the roller will really open it up. It's great. You can use it for paper. Where did I see somebody said you could use it for wallpaper? I thought that's genius. You know those seams between wallpaper, just a little roller, and because it's wooden, and actually it's even got like a wooden pin that goes through it as well. So there's nothing that can go wrong with it. So when you're pressing a seam open and flat, again, if you're using something like PU or vinyl that might melt, this is ideal. Just $6.99. It's so cute, isn't it? So cute. Less than 50 left. That's interesting, which I hadn't thought about. Great for children to use instead of dangerous hot appliances like irons. Or even for adults with young children around. Yes, so if you were with a child who was sewing, or maybe in school or in a club, you don't want them using irons, this is perfect, isn't it? And that is, it just feels nice as well. Like I said with the Magic Seam one, because it's wooden, it just feels like it's going to last, doesn't it? It feels right. This one, I wouldn't heat it up though. I mean, you could give it a go, but I wouldn't, only because it is slightly rolled. I wonder if you could use it for pastry. I mean, this is like a tool that's made to last, isn't it? Like a traditional one. I guess you could use it for pastry, couldn't you? Just wash it. Oh, wallpaper. I think the wallpaper thing, I'm trying to think where I read that. I think that's genius, because on those little bits, and you can just wash it afterwards. Yeah, it might be nice as a back roller. Wash it, yeah, it does feel quite nice. Yeah, feels quite nice. Oh, massage. You know, when you're having a little think and you're sewing, you know, you're like, oh, just little thinking about that. There we go. So that's great. We've got less than 50 left. They've been selling really fast on pre-order. We've got more than that in baskets. We are launching this today. I think the price is really attractive on that as well. $6.99 for a seam roller. And as I said, if you're working on anything that can't have heat, or working with someone like younger children or around younger children that shouldn't be near heat, or maybe, you know, you're taking your sewing somewhere in your caravan and you don't want to take the iron and you just want to be able to press, or you're doing your FPP and you just need to press it over and you don't want to keep walking to the iron and back again, or maybe you're doing EPP and you're folding the fabric over the hexagons. Give it a little squish, that'll hold it down. You know when you glue a zip, like into a postbox opening or in the top of a bag or something, and you have to really press it down, just a quick roller with that. It's one of those things like the turning tool, another of my favourite items, that you don't realise how cool it is and what you're going to use it for until you've got it. So like the turning tool, the sticks that come with it, I use more than the turning tool itself. They're just fantastic. And this is one of those things that once you've got it, you think, oh yes, quite good for just doing that. Anyway, there we go, $6.99. It's going to sell out. It's going to sell out. Should we do charming circles? What did the label on the bottle of hair dye say? Is that a joke? Oh, I'm waiting for the other half of the joke. Yeah. So John says, what did the label on the bottle of the hair dye say? I don't know, John. What did the label on the bottle of the hair? I think it's a joke. Sash and a dash. Should we do sash and a dash? Do, because we've got a video for this. Now, this is a June Tailor product. Now, we know the whole quilt as you go thing. We love the quilt as you go. But instead of doing a whole quilt, you can quilt each one block at a time, which makes it more achievable, because you can do just maybe a 10, 12-inch block under your machine without having to have all of that space in that room. But then you've got to join them together. Now, you can join them together with fabric strips and then trim the wadding back, but this is genius. So if you were watching Suzie in the last hour, this works in the same way as those zips, only it's for joining blocks together. So this is it's like bias binding. All I can say is it's like bias binding that's sewn together. So what you do is, are we ready to show the video? So we've got June Tailor demonstrating it here, and this will make more sense.
Hi, I'm Jill from June Tailor with another innovative solution. Did you ever want to join your quilt blocks that are made quilt as you go? Now we have a perfect way to do that with our Sash and a Dash. It's pre-sewn sashing. It's sold by the yard in 7 colors with matching binding. Open the casing and nest your quilt block inside the casing. And then we're just going to run a top stitch down the edge. Take your next block, open the casing, and just do the same thing. To join rows, we're going to do the same thing, only we're going to run our Sash and a Dash across the row. You can run a beautiful embroidery stitch down here to embellish Sash and a Dash, or you can even put a strip of fabric down here. Here's an example where we added a fabric strip by folding under raw edges and top stitching over Sash and a Dash. And if you like to make t-shirt quilts, go ahead and quilt your blocks and then join them with Sash and a Dash.
That's great, isn't it? I will be calling it Sash and a Dash from now on. Sash and a Dash. That's great. But it shows that how brilliant that is. So I think, because quite often we think, oh, I can't do that, I can't quilt the whole thing. But with this, that makes it so much easier. Now, we've got it in a choice of 5 colours. Now, it comes by the ½ metre, but obviously, if you order more than that, it's cut to order. It's £2.99 for ½ metre. This is the teal. But if you need more, so if you need 1 metre or 3 metres, just put that number of units in your basket and it will be cut to order for you. There we go. Like the teal ones, very nice, isn't it? But it just makes that whole joining together quicker, so that you haven't then got to send it off to be long arm quilted. You can just quilt each of your blocks, particularly if you're doing things, I know a lot of you have done like block of the month and collecting blocks, you can join them all together with this. So that's the teal. Should we do, I think grey is quite useful. I think grey is very neutral. Remember, this is sold in ½ metre units, but if you buy more than 1 unit, it will be sent as a continuous piece to you, because you obviously don't want it all cut in ½ metre. So what you need to do is measure. So like Jill was saying, you need vertical ones, and then you put horizontal ones across the top of them. So just measure your quilt and see how much you need. That's grey, £2.99. White next. This is just overtaken teal. It's clever, isn't it? It's genius. It's going to save you loads of time. I'm just trying to see how they made it. Okay. It's clever, isn't it? And also, it doesn't require great accuracy. Obviously, if you stitch close to the edge, that helps. But, you know, because it's folded right under, you are going to catch both sides. Camel, or is it called taupe? Neutral. What's it called? Camel taupe. Camel. That's light brown. But light brown. There we go. And finally, red for the bright quilts. Yeah, a bit of cave. That would look lovely, wouldn't it? It also, because it's, I reckon, a couple of inches wide, it gives a nice, strong border to your blocks as well. There we go, £2.99. Just work out how much you need and then put that number of units in your basket. So that's Sash and a Dash. Charming circles. Now, I've never seen this before. So I watched yesterday several tutorials. Love a tutorial. This is genius. Genius. Genius this is. In fact, I'm going to, maybe if I open it, then I can have it. So this is a really clever way of doing, well, they've said shabby chic, but it's almost like doing, you know, cathedral windows, but you're using this ruler. It's really clever. Now, you can make cushions, you can make quilts, you can make tote bags, and then the pattern looks like this with cathedral windows. But the joy of it is you use charm squares. Now, one of the tutorials I watched was they used denim. So what you do is you cut out your circles using this ruler, which you can do by drawing around and using scissors, or the lady I watched, she did it with a rotary cutter. You cut them all out, then you join them together, genius, a lot, and you've got these lines. Once you've joined them all together, you can then put your charm squares, and these marking points are for the edge of the charm square here, and then you fold that bit over and sew it down. Does that make any sense? There are instructions. So, but anyway, in the instructions, and there is a tutorial as well, you're using the charm squares here. So what's great is that if you've got charm squares, you can have the feature in the middle, or you can fussy cut them. The edges of the circle fold over on top, and then you just join them all together. And then what they do is they just top stitch it down, or they use a zigzag. So the charm square is sitting within this circle, and then this flappy bit flaps over that comes like that, right? So it looks like cathedral window, but is way easier. So that bit folds over, and when that bit folds over, it meets up with that bit. So just using this very simple circle. The ones they did with denim look gorgeous, but it's a great way of using up charm squares. I quite like this tote bag, and if you go onto the June Tailor website, there are project instructions for making things like the tote bag. You can then use up your scraps of fabric to make it, or it's a great way of using up your using charm squares, because we all have them and then wonder what we're going to do with them, but charming circles. And there's so much, it's quite clever, because the fact that it's the circle you can cut out, it's got the drawing lines for the charm square, you know, it's thought of everything. But then the June Tailor projects are always like that. But if you've got charm squares, or if you want to make something, it does have that cathedral window origami look to it. This is brilliant. Only $18.99. I think it's genius. And look, inside, actually, maybe I should have shown you the pictures before I was going to turn that over. Do you get it now? Yeah. There we go. So what you can do is, if you, because it says for shabby chic finish, if you just top stitch it, it'll phrase a little bit, the curved edges. But if you want to do a zigzag or a blanket stitch, you can do that. So I just think that's really clever. What a clever little tool. It's got all the measurements on it that you need for creating that. I've also got a really lovely little charm pack. So this is Ruby Star. And this is just lovely. This is sort of, if you were going to call a charm pack charming, that's what I would say this was. So you've got some lovely prints. Aren't they really pretty? And I'm thinking, if you use that the charming ruler, the charming circles ruler, and even if you had denim, be nice with it, wouldn't it? But aren't they lovely? I mean, if you were with me at 8 o'clock where we did all the charm squares, I think we had instructions in there for bags, quilts, cushions. These would look beautiful with it. I love those stripes. Isn't that nice, that one there? It's got an apple on it. Anyway, $17.99. Love that. It's like pumpkin. But what I like about this is, because it's a charm pack, the scale of the print is lovely. It's a really pretty print. There we go. Bit sort of 70s retro, isn't it? Gorgeous. Anyway, just $17.99. If you fancy a little charm pack, Ruby Star, bit retro. Quite fancy that one. Right, what should we do next? Thread. Thread. Love thread. I'm going to start with this one because I really like this one. I have this one at home. It's the silk finish cotton. Yeah. So this is, I'm going to just undo it. It's called silk finish basically because it's mercerized. That's it. So mercerization is a chemical process that strips the outer layer of the cotton off. The outer layer of the cotton is slightly matte, and by stripping that off, you get a shinier finish, like a silk finish. Not only that, it makes the cotton stronger. Not sure why, it just does. So if you buy mercerized thread, or you might buy mercerized cotton fabric, it's always a little bit stronger. They often use it for workwear. But by stripping that outer layer off, it becomes slightly shiny as well. and it's stronger, so you get that little sheen. Now, I do like this box because of the colours that you've got with it. It's a really useful colour box. So $28.99, and I have this one, and it's just got some really nice colours in it because you've got 3 greens, you've got a couple of blues, you've got the pink, the red, the burgundy, but you've got white and ivory and taupe, a couple of greys, the blacks, purple. It's a really good multi-use thread, and I do like the fact the silk finish, I do save mine and use mine for a top stitch. Obviously you can use it for sewing anything. It's a very strong thread. So if you want if you want to use a cotton thread but you want that slight strength to it, always choose your mercerised. But I save mine because it's got that little sheen to it for top stitching, and it's just lovely colours, really, really nice. It is a bit show off. However, you can obviously use it for anything, you know, for normal sewing. But it is a lovely thread. And a metla is really, really good quality as well. A beautiful quality. So I'm just having a look. Now, we do have the one that I would really like. Oh, yeah, 150 metres per spool. There we go. We have this one. This one's even nicer. I think this is a really, really good price because I have to say it's a great quality. And I know that because I have it. I only have the smaller one though. I'm going to have to graduate, aren't I, to this big one. Isn't that lovely? It is a lovely quality. It sews nicely. But can you see? Here, look, do you think I'll get that back on afterwards? Probably not. Can you see the slight sheen to it? And it is a normal cotton thread. I'll tell you what, let me take a, that's not me, is that cotton though? No, I need a normal cotton thread, I don't know if I've got one. It has a slight, so it is pure cotton, but it's just that chemical process that gives it the sheen. So it's not like super, super shiny, but it gives, well, it says silk finish, and it does have that look to it. Also, it does go through the fabric nicely. It does sort of, it's very smooth, it's very slidey through. Now, if you look at that price, $39.99 for 28, I think that's a really, really good price. And look at the colours. I'm going to try and get that little, oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness, that went back on, okay. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 shades of green, but it's quite nice that you get these petrol-y shades as well, and mint. You go into the pinks, a yellow, orange, mustard. Oh, look at that. Well done, Kat. Look at this. Right, so this is non-mercerised cotton thread. Got it? And I've got exactly the same. Well, it is. Oh, they're similar. They're similar. Right, so that's your non-mercerised. And this is your mercerised. Now, can you see that it's slightly shinier? You're going to go, no. But it is a bit shinier. When you actually sew with it, can you see that slight, if I move it around like that, that stays completely matte. That's got a bit of a sheen. But it is stronger as well. So if you really would like to use cotton thread, I want this big one. Only 7 of these left now. There we are. And we've got 6 in baskets. Nice colours though. White, because I quite like the fact that you get the white, the cream, and the sort of clotted cream, vanilla ice cream. Then you've got 2 greys and a black, but it's having these shades of like light yellow, dark yellow, orange, and red. So you've got a good range there. That's going to cover most things, but it's a nice box to have. Also, it's a way of you trialling a different sort of thread. It's quite nice to trial a mercerised cotton, but I can highly recommend it. I love that. Right, that's those 2 threads. Yes, shall we do the the insulated lunchbox? Now, we have got one actually here. Yes, we have got a kit, and I'm going to find it. There we are. Insulated lunchbox sewing kit. Right, we've got them, because obviously these come with the zips in different colours. So let me show you around the lunchbox to start with. It has with it the zip. that if you were watching in the last hour where the zip is already created so that you don't have to actually sew the zip in, you're sewing the tape. In the pack is the Inseal Bright, which I'll show you in a minute. So it's fully lined in construction. Now, can you hear that? That's the metallic Inseal Bright, which keeps it completely insulated. It's got handles. It's also fully washable. So that's really good, isn't it? You're going to get a lot in there. You could put like even a cool pack in there if you wanted to. It's a nice big size, isn't it? But obviously, the great thing is you're using your fabric. I'll show you what the kit looks like. We've got it with various different colour zips. So what you get in the kit, $39.99, full instructions. You get the printed Inseal Bright, which has this layer of, I think it's mylar in it, which is that insulating stuff they use in space blankets. So can you see that? That's the insulating layer. And then everything is printed on here. You've got the cutting line, so you sew it on the dash line, you cut it on the solid line. It's as easy as that, which means that you are lining at the same time as you're doing the outer. You get the zip, so you don't have to sew it in. So you just pop the edges around that. You get the webbing. Now that goes inside the handle to make it extra strong. And you also get a plastic base. So let me show you in here. That sits in the base just to give you a bit of extra strength at the bottom. And you get full instructions. I think that's amazing, isn't it? So, pardon? This is the black one. Oh, you've put the full kit in. Right, okay. And then right, we've got the full kit. So, right, so this is what we'll come back to that one in a minute, because in the full kit, it has a grey zip. So exactly the same as everything I've shown you. But what we've done is we've put some fabric together for you. And this is the only one with the fabric. So what you get is 1/2 metre of Tula dogs. And then you get the pink for the lining. Now, Suzie did leave me her sample that she'd made. So let me show you. She half made it, so that's all of the bits for it. So this is what it looks like. So what you do basically is you sew, there's the lining and there's the outer. You sew it right sides together and you sew along the sewing line. This is dead easy, and cut along the cutting line, and then you turn it right sides out, and that's what it makes. Right, so that's the one with the fabric. Right, if you want to buy the one, now we've got it with just without the fabric, just the other bits. This one has got the black zip. And it has full instructions. So you need 1/2 yard of main fabric, 1/4 yard of strap fabric, and 1/2 yard of lining fabric. So you can use your own fabric. You could even piece together your own fabric, so it's like patchwork on it. Just $24.99, and then you get to make the most beautiful exclusive lunch bag kit that's going to be insulating. To keep it extra cool, you could put a couple of cool, what are those things? Cool blocks, ice blocks inside. Those little things that you get in the freezer inside. So that's a black one. I like that one with the panda, isn't it? What a nice thing. You could even, the fabric, before you make it, you could applique it, you could embroider someone's name on it. So when you go to work, you look like the coolest person. That's the black one. Yes, we've got it with in the navy. There we go. There's the navy one. So exactly the same. The webbing for the handle, I think it's really good value. When you bear in mind you've got the printed Inseal Bright, you get the webbing for the handle, you get the plastic base and the zip. I think that's fab value. $24.99, that's in the navy. We can sail the 7 seas in the navy. should we do in the red? Oh, that's nice. That's like a spacey one, isn't it? There we go. That's the, and that comes with the red zip. $24.99. It's a nice little project to have, and then while once you get it home, you can have a think about the fabric. You can lay it all out, join it together. But this way, if you've got some really special fabric, you think really like to showcase this. So when you what a lovely gift. Get yourself ahead. Get your gifts done. I think it's really lovely. I think that's all of them, isn't there? So we've done the navy, we've done the red. Did we do the grey? Oh no, we didn't. No, did we do the grey on its own, or was it just with the kit? Oh, we haven't done the grey or the white. So there's the grey one. Oh, the grey one's gone. Okay. White. Not sure we've got the white. There's the white. It looks like the others, only it's white. But funnily enough. Oh, look, we found it. Well done, Kat. Look, see? It's exactly the same as the others. It's just it's got a white zip. There we go. That's if you're doing a unicorn one. That's lovely, isn't it? I can't believe the warnings that they have. I'm not reading out that one. That's even just... The Quilt As You Go set of 6 Casablanca placemats. $16.99. So in here you get, I'm not going to open it because it's all nicely sealed, but you get all of the pieces to make 6 of these. So it's the Quilt As You Go. So it's all got the lines printed on it. So all you need to do is provide the fabric, $16.99 for 6 placemats. Now, it's strips of fabric. You are going to have fabric. Or you might have a fabric that you love that you think, oh, well, I'll put those in the middle. And then you just got to get some others. But this is a way of you having a beautiful set of 6 placemats. I'm thinking like Easter, or even Christmas. Get them done now. I mean, that's lovely, isn't it? What do you need? So you need half a yard each of 6 fabrics. And 1.5 yards of backing fabric. Easy. I mean, honestly, the Quilt As You Go system is really easy. Don't forget to get yourself a magic seam wand, though, when you do it, because it does make it easier. I think that's fantastic. $16.99. So they're all wadded already. You just need to provide the fabric. Get hold of that one. That's good value, isn't it? Right, should we do the project bags? Now, Suzie did leave me one of hers because she has made one. So this is now obviously our kit doesn't have fabric. Our kit just has the bits and pieces. They are called the 2 project bags. So in here, you are getting the interfacing that's printed. You get the vinyl. Well, let me show you what it looks like, because Suzie made one. So there you go, on the outside. So you get all the printed interfacing, and you can put your fabric on here, and all the instructions. And because they're printed, this is done like Quilt As You Go, where you sew it and flip it and sew it and flip it. You also get the vinyl, because obviously this is to put this might be to put your quilt blocks in. So you might want to put your projects inside here, or quilt blocks, or a load of sewing equipment. Entirely up to you. And you get the zip, and there is enough to make 2 of these in here. So you get both of them. So it's basically sewing by numbers. So Quilt As You Go is like quilted by numbers. This is sewing numbers. The pattern is printed on the stabiliser interfacing. You get, in this one, 2 black zips, and you get the 2 pieces of vinyl. So everything to make 2 of these. So a lot of people use these for quilt blocks, but they're also good for putting patterns in when you want to keep things nice and flat. So maybe, you've got a load of dressmaking patterns or knitting or crochet patterns. You want to be able to see them. Or quite nice to put an embroidery thing. Or maybe it's just your latest project that you want to keep it clean and neat, and then you can fold it up. But remember, you get everything for 2, $24.99. Bargain. Right, we've done that one, we've done that one, we haven't. This one. Now this, I've been using this all morning. These are fantastic because we do use them every day. We're on single figures on this. Now what is great about this is if maybe you've got a small sewing area, so you don't want to have an extra ironing board. You haven't got space to have a cutting mat and an ironing board. Or maybe you're going to workshops and you get fed up with queuing up for the ironing board. Yeah, now I'll show you one here. Now this is what yours will look like. Pristine and lovely. And this is what it'll look like when it's been here. No, but you'll probably look after yours, unlike us. So on one side, you've got a cutting mat. So it's absolutely perfect. If you're going on workshops, or maybe you're going on holiday, or maybe you're going on a sewing weekend, you want to take this with you. Or maybe you just want an extra cutting mat, or you've got a small sewing space. So you do your cutting on there, and then flip it over, and you can press on here. And it's got all the measurements. Now, what ironing board has all these measurements? You've got the circles, you've got the angles. So you can, when you're measuring fabric, you can put it alongside. It's thick enough to be able to put your pins into, and yours will look like this because you will look after yours. And it's great, particularly when you're doing things like FPP. We just keep moving it over for the cutting and the pressing. And it's nice and weighty, and because it has the cutting mat on the back, you can put it on it, because we keep ours on the table all the time, and as you can see by this, we keep our iron down, and it doesn't go through to the table. So I think this is a great product. $49.99, really, really worth having. But I'll put mine away for now. There we go. Right, should we do some more thread? I love thread. Now, I love these Gutermann thread packs because they have great threads in them and they have great things. This is probably my favourite one because it's got needles and pins. I think this is fab. So, what we've got in here... Oh, do you want the code on that one? Oh, it's probably staring me. Oh, yeah, there we go. UVZW58. So, what you've got in here is you've got 12 reels of Gutermann thread, 100 metres per reel. Universal needles, going size 70s, 80s, 90s. Schmetz, top quality, fantastic Schmetz universal needles in 70s, 80s and 90s. So that's covering your 70 is like your silk, chiffon, organza. 80s, quilting weight cotton, 90 denim. That's it, all of it. Got a whole pack of them. And Prim pins. Prim pin. So $19.99, you're getting top quality Gutermann thread. You've got all the colours, white, light yellow, dark yellow, orange, red, dark red, 2 colours, 2 shades of green, 2 blues, a teal and a black. And you are getting, how many's in there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, oh, 12 needles. Now, how many pins are there, Ben? 100, I bet there's, you just made that up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 needles. The great thing about the Schmetz needle is that they're colour-coded. Learned that the other day. So those different colours tell you which the sizes are. Anyway, I think that's really good. It's a good set because you're getting top quality thread, needles and pins. Very lovely. Right, that's that one. Now this one is, I love this one because this is your sort of pastel spring. Do you remember that? Pastel spring. Spring is here. It's not till March the 21st. Not till March, no, that's when the vernal equinox is. And then we can have no spring till then. Still winter. Right. I like those colours. They're lovely, aren't they? So that's that's your polyester thread. And you get a seam gauge with this. See? There we go. So you can measure all your seams, and your angles. Use this for like when you're drawing your lines on your binding, when you're joining binding strips together. It's got loads of different angles. So you're getting the thread and you're getting the seam gauge as well. I like that little set. That's dead cute. This is lovely. Look at this tin. Oh. Look how lovely the tin is. It's full of German lasses. Ooh, nice. So this is the sew all thread. So it's a polyester thread, beautiful quality. Isn't that lovely? Now I do like the colours in that. Do you think someone's been messing with these? I feel like they're not in the right order. Look, what's lovely about this, I'll take a few out so you can see. It's got like little foam interior with little walls, so it holds all the thread beautifully in place. So when you've got your, can you see the little walls? So when you've got yours, you'll have to keep your thread in here because it just keeps it really neatly, doesn't it? You've got 100 metres per spool. There we go. 100 metres per spool. It's all your really lovely, strong polyester sew all thread in all of those colours. What a lovely gift to yourself. Some people might buy it for you, but, you know, that is a lovely box to have. And you wouldn't then be searching, would you, for the right shade? You've got 3 shades of grey. And that's really useful, isn't it? You've got bright white, white and cream. And then you've got a couple of taupes. But you've got, that is going to cover all of the shades that you need. I think that's a good price. Only 5 of those left. $59.99. How much does that work out each then, Ben? Yeah, for 4,800 metres, divided by 48. £1.24 a spool. Yeah, that's good. That's a good price, £1.24 a spool. That's not just good, that's brilliant. But then, you know, it's, you always get that though, don't you, when you buy in bulk. You get the saving, don't you? And I love the tin. Nice and flat as well, isn't it? You could have hundreds of those and they'd all stack up, wouldn't they? All right, more thread. Let me just have the rest of the thread. How about some machine embroidery thread? Now, this is a cool pack. This is cool because it has the bobbin fill on it. Why do these things never open? Sorry, it is ETZW70. Oh, they never open, do they? They put these stickers on them so they can't be opened. Have you got a pair of scissors? Oh, it's all right. It's all right. Yeah, I've done it. Now, when you're using these machine embroidery threads, you only use the thread in the top. You don't use it underneath. So what they've given you is 2 bobbin fills, a black and a white one. So you can see those are the matte ones. So you put those in your bobbin and then you use these. So if you're doing machine, maybe you've got a proper machine embroidery machine like we sell, then you can use these. They're rayon, they're super shiny, they're lovely. You can use them in a normal sewing machine. So maybe you're just doing a bit of top stitch around the top of your tote bag. Or maybe you've got a nice floral decorative embroidery stitch. Imagine that around the bottom of your jeans in pink. Great, obviously, you know, the golds and the silvers for Christmas. But I'm thinking all of these colours where we have these stitches on our machines, but we don't use them, but use them and use the thread. What I would say is if you are going to use this thread, do invest in an embroidery needle for your machine. They're very inexpensive. We do sell them because they have deeper scarves, so the thread will sit in them better. You can use a universal needle, but if you're going to do a lot of machine embroidery, also an embroidery needle is designed so it can go at higher speeds, which when you're using a machine embroidery machine, you will need that. But that's lovely, especially because it's got the 2 bobbin threads in there. It's even got a shiny black one. And I think that's beautiful. I love the gold and the silver. But if you've always fancied having a go at machine embroidery, or you just want to have a little bit of sparkle to your sewing, then get one of those. how about, oh, let's just do the black and white. Black and white. Oh, okay. The black and white thread, this is just quite useful. It's just four reels of white, 3 reels of black, kind of cover everything. Value pack, £12.99. That's it really, isn't it? Right, I'm going to just do the Caitlin tote kits. Which ones have I done? Those ones and those ones. Those ones. These have been going so well today. Now, this is what the Caitlin tote looks like. Okay. It's just a little tote bag, like a little messenger crossover bag thing. You can get it with the different zips, and we've got one in the bright pink. So what you get, it's not quilted, it is a sew on the line printed stabiliser. You can use all your fabrics to do it. You get the stabiliser, you get 2 zippity-doo done zippers, because you use one across the top, and then one across the centre, a video link and instructions, and that's the pink one. We've also got it with a navy zip. Yeah, £22.99. You can have a beautifully accurate bag easily. We've got it in the grey. Yeah. And nice, I bet you've got in mind a fabric that would work well with as well. You just want to showcase. So zip across the top, zip across there, and you've got both of those zips. And then finally we have it with the black zip. Yep. Right. Thank you for joining me today. What a great day we've had. Learned absolutely loads. It's been really, really useful in all the different things we've done, and working with Suzie as well. I've learned loads. Tomorrow, who is presenting tomorrow? Oh, we're going to just check. Well, anyway, tomorrow is at 8 o'clock. It's John. It is TV's John Scott. He will be here tomorrow. So he will be here at 8 o'clock with stunning wildlife fabrics. At 9 o'clock, oh, he's got Delphine with him. I haven't seen Delphine for ages. Nice. Should hang around, shouldn't I? He's got Delphine with him at 9 o'clock doing the Shallow Falls wall hanging. 10 o'clock sewing room tools. Delphine will be back with him at 11 doing the quick piece in Quilt Giro. And 12 o'clock, nice bit of yarn lane. Emma Simpson will be here with Wool Couture Easter. Anyway, thank you for joining me today. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Don't forget to check out your baskets, because I know it's like a lot of you have got them in your baskets. If you don't check out, they will go. So have a look, go on to Watch Live. If you scroll down there, if there's anything that you've seen today, think, oh, I missed that. It'll tell you whether it's sold out now, what we've got left. Check out your baskets, and I will see you next week.